item introductions. Shem? Majon.
We would now like to call up Rob Van Wellegem, Vice President of the Major Projects Office, for a Major Projects Office update and Q&A.
That you can get through. You might have to go around. Yeah, for sure. So he's already. Okay. I'll grab the just. There you go.
Excellent. Well, good morning, everybody. And thank you, especially to the organizers of the conference. We are also aware that we stand between you and lunch. And so we'll try to do two things, not delay you too long before lunch and also not spoil your appetite. So my name is Rob Van Wellegem. I am the Vice President of Indigenous Affairs and General Counsel at the Major Projects Office. And I'm here with my colleague, Candace Anderson, who is our Director of Indigenous Engagement and Consultation. I'd like to start by acknowledging the territory of the Anishinaabe and also specifically the Chippewas of Rama First Nation. It's a privilege and an honor to be with you today here on your territory and on your lands. I'd also like to acknowledge Regional Chief Abram Benedict. Abram, I met not so long ago and was kind enough to invite us to this gathering. So thank you for that. It's always a pleasure to be here and engage in dialogue with people across the country, First Nations across the country. Also acknowledging Grand Council Chief and the warm welcome this morning, and Chief Ted Williams of the Chippewa of the Rama First Nation. I also noticed veterans in the gathering and current members of the military, so thank you for your service. I wanted to thank Regional Chief for his 20 years of public service, and all of you, chiefs, leaders. It's a difficult and hard job being a chief, the 24/7 demands that are upon you each and every day, and it's a privilege to work with you all. And I'd also like to acknowledge the elders and the knowledge keepers and the youth in the room as well. I'd like to start by confirming our alignment with Regional Chief on his three priorities: treaty and inherent rights, safety for communities and for people, and also for relationships. These are things we also hold dear and take very seriously. We have a slide deck that has now appeared, and Candace and I discussed going through the slides. But what we find often happens is when you run through the slides, people are reading your slides, and it's difficult sometimes to read and listen at the same time. So just know that this slide deck will be available for anyone who would like to see it afterward. It is the premise of the remarks we will share today. But it's a long, thick slide deck, and frankly, we won't have time to get through it all. So we're going to hit the highlights and hopefully, with some time left over, engage in some dialogue. I'll start by providing an introduction to our office and provide an update as to what we've done, where we've been, and where we're going in the 9 months since the office was established. As Regional Chief indicated, the Prime Minister moves quickly and decisively. But 9 months ago, the government introduced legislation and created the Major Projects Office, hired a Chief Executive Officer, Don Farrell, who reports to Minister LeBlanc. They then hired staff, and Candace and I are among the staff, and we are part of the new players that Regional Chief talked about. So I tell you that just to provide context that in the last 9 months, since Candace and I have commenced our roles, we've been traveling across the country, and we have, we can actually move the slides. Okay. And while we've been doing that, we've been building relationships, but we've heard the concerns of how quickly the legislation was passed. And we've certainly heard the criticisms of how it was passed. And our job now, again, and I'm pulling a lot on Regional Chief's remarks from this morning, this is the next chapter we find ourselves in. That next chapter is, how do we implement this legislation collaboratively? It is, I feel, our collective responsibility to do that. And I can tell you that in the 9 months that Candace and I have been working together with our teams and with our colleagues across the country, we've come to realize how important it is and how privileged we are to be able to do this work. I don't have to explain to anybody the circumstances of the world we find ourselves in. But as a country, to do it in partnership with Indigenous peoples gives us the strength that I don't know yet that the world understands and appreciates that we have. We have the benefit of Indigenous culture and values, of resilience, of determination, of sharing, generosity, understanding, that I don't think the world appreciates. And I'm not sure every Canadian appreciates that yet, frankly. But they're all going to come to know as we work together to demonstrate how we can make this work. There are leaders on the globe that don't believe Canada can get this right. There are investors around the world that think that Canada is a place where investment comes to die. Well, the premise of our office is to ensure that doesn't happen, but to do it in a way that advances the interests of Indigenous peoples. And that's what Candace and I work on every day. In terms of what the office does, the part about advancing the interests of Indigenous peoples, that's what our team focuses on every day, among the other things that the Act works on. When we talk about working with partners and provinces and territories and industry, it's something that can only work with openness and transparency. And so we heard and have heard, as I said, the remarks that opened up this morning about the anxiety and the concerns around this legislation. Just know that the reason Candace and I show up at these meetings is not just to make new friends, which we do, which is the most lovely part of the job, but it's to understand and to hear from all of you as to how we do this together in the most meaningful way. And as we implement this legislation, making sure we do it in a meaningful way. Want to hit the next slide? Yeah. So this is what the Act in our office is set up to do, working with proponents and Indigenous proponents as well on financing, regulatory efficiencies, and the implementation of the Act. But as I said, the Indigenous engagement and partnership is what Candace and I focus on. You can go to the next one. This is where we've been working across the country. And you'll see there, and you've probably heard about it publicly, the projects that have been referred to the MPO and the transformative strategies, and you'll recognize many of them. The slight delay. And so the premise of the Act is identifying a list of national interest projects. And I think it's important for the room to understand how Candace and I and our team look at identifying this list, having this list created, and how it conforms with what you expect from FPIC. I want you to know that the people who are working on this. This is also why Candace and I enjoy the opportunity to attend here, because we think it's important you know how we look at these things. And with FPIC, I'll just very clearly state that if I take it one word at a time, communities who are impacted by the projects, they need to be free to make decisions that they need to make. They need the capacity to make those decisions. You can't have a decision unless you have the capacity and the support to make that decision. You need the information early from proponents, not later. You want to be involved in the co-management development of the plans that go into building projects. That's the prior. And you need good information, good and timely information. So you need the capacity, you need it early, you need it often, you need it continuously, and you need good information. And proponents should be engaging with communities to ensure that communities are getting what they're asking for. And many times the questions center around how can we keep our communities safe? How can we be assured that you won't destroy our lands? And how can we be involved in the prosperity for our community as we look out 7 generations? These are all very obvious and important and reasonable and appropriate questions to ask. And every proponent that comes through our office, through our lens, will have good answers to that. And if you get those 3 right, then I believe we're on the way to demonstrating that we're pursuing consent in the proper way. You can't pursue consent properly and meaningfully without getting the first 3 right. That's how I look at it personally. So if anyone wonders how we undertake the work we do every day, I start with that. The other thing I want to talk about is how the legislation works, but I'm going to let Candace talk for a little bit now about how the Act works and how it's intended to work.
Sure. Thanks very much, Rob. And I will just note that the Building Canada Act is one tool that our office can utilize if it fits the bill for a project needing it to advance. But to date, we haven't used for any of our projects. So the 21, 22 projects and transformative strategies, none of those have utilized the Building Canada Act. So just because a project is referred to our office doesn't mean that it would need this legislation. We still see this as being used on a very exceptional basis. So it asks the question, when is it a good fit? When can it add value? So this is a piece of legislation that where there's a lot of complexities around some of the regulatory requirements, multiple decisions that need to be made through an impact assessment, environmental assessment, and maybe several pieces of federal legislation. It brings it together in one single decision. It doesn't circumvent or cut out any of the environmental protections that are required within each of those pieces of legislation. It just helps us be more efficient in bringing that all together. And of course, consultation is an embedded part and requirement of that piece of legislation. So even when a project is being contemplated for potentially being listed in that Building Canada Act, there's a whole consultation process that needs to happen with rights holders. So Rob and I and our team will be out consulting directly with First Nations and communities and understanding your perspectives on whether or not this is the right tool to begin with. Should the project be listed under the Act, there's a requirements to still go through all the regulatory and environmental review process. So again, it's about making it more efficient in way of process, but not taking shortcuts. And then getting to a conditions document, which is the decision-making document. And that conditions document also requires consultation. So we'd be looking to have conversations with any of the First Nations involved to understand where the various requirements are to make sure that the environmental protections and the protections of your rights are in place. So that's the act. Just go to the next slide. This one just lays it out a little bit more in terms of what I just spoke to in terms of the coordination around the various federal requirements. And then I will turn it back over to Rob.
Regional Chief just let me know he has a press conference. He's not walking out on us, and we'll see him later. Okay, thanks. What I'd like to do is spend just a little bit of time talking about how the act works. Regional Chief this morning talked about how the legislation changes the order of the steps that you're used to, and that's correct. But I want to talk about how that is supposed to work and how we will work with all rights holders to make this work. The first step is the listing. So how does a project become listed under the legislation? Because when you're listed, it's a deemed approval. And people would say, well, how can you deem approval of a project before you've consulted on the impacts and the accommodations and all of that? And that's a very good question. And I'm going to explain how that is and how it's supposed to work. So the consultation, as Candace indicated, embedded in the Act, first shows up on the question of listing. When a project is considered for listing, it is considered based on the 5 criteria that was just shown on a previous slide, including advancement of Indigenous interests. But also, that is not an exclusive list. There can be other factors, and that section of the Act is not entirely prescriptive because it shouldn't be. Circumstances change. But those are the first 5 we would look at that are really transparent. So we would be consulting with impacted rights holders on those 5 criteria with respect to the project in question. Then we would also ask, tell me about any other aspirations, economic participation mostly, or concerns you would have about this project. And the reason we would ask that during the first phase of the consultation is because that then provides a bit of a preview into the second phase, which we'll get to, which is on the conditions. So when someone asks the question, how could you possibly approve a project without having gone through that second phase of consultation and on conditions? It's because we will have a thorough conversation about those aspirations and concerns, which will inform that upcoming phase 2 as to how that project will be built. So that's different than the way it's ever been done before. But what it's going to do is it's going to provide that upfront approval so that the question of whether is not a question anymore, because whether the project is going to proceed is what has driven investment away from this country for years. Oh, and by the way, it's not the fault of the regulators or the Indigenous peoples. It's often the fault of government and the inefficiencies of government. So when we talk about making this a more efficient process, it's mainly about making government decision-making more efficient. It's not about Indigenous groups or regulators who are just trying to do their very best and do the right things. So we want to bring that together in a way that works. Once we have that listing decision, recommended, and then it gets recommended to the minister and to cabinet. If then they decide to list the project would be listed, and we would then move on to phase 2 of consultation, which is the conditions. So all of the concerns people have around the environment, social, economic impacts, the community, the safety issues, all of those things will be addressed in the conditions phase. And the project won't be built without that consultation. So you'll see that the consultation you're used to seeing will happen just in different stages and in different buckets, if you will. But none of it gets dropped. None of it gets left behind. A project is only going to be built in a good way if the phase one listing consultation is done properly, followed by the phase two conditions consultation. The third area for consultation would be if any of those conditions were to be revised. So you're not going to be consulted on conditions and then are listed and then have them changed later, not without, again, corresponding appropriate meaningful consultation. So the premise of the act includes that consultation. It can't proceed without it.
Okay, so I'm very conscious of time and I want to respect that probably everyone wants to get to lunch. So I just wanted to also indicate that to our earlier point about, what the office does, recognizing that it's been, not necessarily well understood as we're paving the path every day to define what our mandate is. Rob and I and team have been meeting with First Nations across the country. So we've been doing quite a bit of engagement work to be able to support the foundation of everything that we're talking about today. And that includes really trying to foster relationships at this juncture so that when projects are proposed in your communities, that we have that foundation set out. I think that's a really important principle of what we're trying to achieve as well. The regional chief Benedict mentioned earlier the proposed regulatory efficiencies in a potential legislation that government would like to advance, noting there's a few features of that proposed bill that we expect will be of quite interest to this audience today. Notably, legislation around a one-year timeline and coordination process. That particular feature, just noting, that is on the government side. So for that 1 year, you can add on another year for what the proponent of that project would require for all of their studies and their engagement work. So it's actually in effect a 2-year timeline that we are looking at. And of course, consultation is a very important part of that. So as we're seeing, the need as we go along this path, if a project requires further consultation, we will absolutely endeavor to make sure that that happens. So it's a timeline that is being applied to drive towards having some boundaries around what has been a rather lengthy regulatory review process in the past, but by no means is it something that can also have inherent flexibility. The other thing that was mentioned this morning too, that I think is of quite a bit of interest, is the notion of the federal economic zones. So this is an idea that would take from land use planning to identify areas where there may be options for development, but also at the same time identify where there are areas that are no-go zones because they're too environmentally sensitive or maybe very culturally sensitive. And so it helps government on a planning basis. But before you would even get to establishing a federal economic zone, you would have to do a full regional environmental assessment, which would be done in consultation, if not in co-development with rights holders. And only then would the government of Canada make a decision in consultation again with rights holders as to whether or not that would qualify as a federal economic zone. So I acknowledge completely that there's a lot to unpack here. Would certainly encourage all the First Nations that are represented here today to think about how you'd like to provide feedback to the Government of Canada during the comment period that we're currently in until July 22nd. I think your feedback is invaluable to informing the direction in which we need to go with this. But of course, there will be work even as the bill goes through Parliament to make sure that government gets it right. So we welcome continued conversation around that.
I would like to also, just before I forget, Candace and I aren't going anywhere after this session. And so to the extent any of you would like to engage with us outside the room, we'll stay till we've had every conversation with everybody who would like to have a conversation with us, and we would value that input. I would just also let you know that I really respect and appreciate the work that has gone into preserving and defending your inherent jurisdictional and treaty rights. And I'm not much of a fighter, so I look forward to having, as one chief told me, hard conversations, being hard on the issues, not on the people. We've got good work to do together, and I believe that Canadians are looking for all of us to get this right, and it is a privilege and a distinct honor to be able to work with all of you on these things as Canadians in the face of what we're up against. And you have our continued commitment to work with you each and every day in a good way towards the outcome we all share. So thank you so much for your attention and your time, and I look forward to working with all of you.
We'd now like to open the floor for questions. Keeping in mind the time, so we respectfully ask that questions are kept short. We good? Mic 3.
Ani Kinua. It's Chief Pavis again from Shawanaga. Great presentation. I may have missed the piece about resources. So for most First Nations to enter into some of these projects, typically you look at an engineer and a lawyer and a project manager and an analyst. That's about 500 grand. So where do we find the resources that we will be required to examine these potential projects that use First Nation resources for the benefit of Canada and Ontario when we typically aren't afforded those particular resources? And unfortunately, I'm hoping it's not an application process. At the end of the day, in our region, there's 137 different communities. There's likely projects that are going to affect all of them. So I'm really hoping that Ontario has decided, or Ontario and Canada have designed a bucket of cash that is available to First Nation communities so they can get the proper expertise, so they're properly informed, so they can provide, proper permission to access those resources within our territories. So I'm hoping that after decades of singing the same song to government, that this new program comes with resources, right?
Right. We have $40 million, excuse me, at the MPO to provide capacity funding for directly affected rights holders associated with projects. So that's our priority, to make sure those communities get the capacity they require, as you just described.
Thank you, Chief. Mic 4.
Thank you very much. Chief Don Miracle from the Mohawks Bay Quinte. The Alto Rail, high-speed rail line, a $2 billion project. There's different routes that have been proposed, but we've not seen any environmental assessment studies, nor have we received any money to hire our own expert to advise our community or council. They want to schedule a meeting sometime in July. We don't have information to present to our community. And so who do we ask for the money to hire an EA? And it can't be done that quickly. There's three different routes. The fire protection fire departments have different understandings about the overpasses, the migration of deer. There's a lot of bodies of water that can be impacted. So the environment is quite important to hunters and fishers in our community. And so we don't really have any information other than there's 3 potential routes. So where is Alto at now? in terms, we know it's a major project. It's been approved as a major project. It looks like it's going to be built, but we don't really know what to say to our community. We have limited information. 2 presentations from Alto, that's it. And some of it's conflicting.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the question, Chief Miracle. I think it's a really great one because the project, the Alto High Speed Rail project was referred to our office as a transformative strategy. So that is a fancy word for basically saying it's very early on in its like being conceptualized. So it's very early on in how it's being thought about, designed, hasn't gone through any of its regulatory requirements yet until such time, as I understand, they've, and by they, I mean Alto, the proponent, has done a full engagement process, which should go into the fall of this year. And then they will select and define the route. And then they will be obligated to go through a whole environmental assessment of that route once known, and a consultation would be absolutely part of that. It is something that, we would be happy to, connect with the proponent on in terms of the concerns around the level of information that is going to communities.
Well, Alto's advisors advise them, but we usually have independent advice that we hire a consultant to peer review their reports and advise our council about concerns after consultation. But one of the other complications parts with 2 of the routes that have been proposed, it goes through unsurrendered Tyndale Mohawk land, which is under Treaty 3.5, which Canada has accepted for negotiation because our people were exploited in the way that land was taken from us without consent. So there has to be a very long, protracted community process that has to be followed to meet legal requirements.
Thank you for that. One of the things that I'd like to share is that we tell the proponents that we are going to have our own direct MPO relationships with affected communities like yours. So we can have these conversations so that we can then go to the proponent and assure ourselves that they're taking the correct steps. You're telling me things that we need to follow up on, obviously. And that's going to happen as long as the proponents know that we have our own direct relationship with you and your community and others affected communities. And then one of the things we also believe is that proponents should be providing sufficient capacity to the Indigenous groups through which their projects are being built.
So I should ask Alto for the money then.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll do that. And the people are asking, what is the benefit to our community by saying yes to this project? So are they to submit a proposal to our community, how they intend to see that there's community benefit from this project, and who's responsible? Is it Alto alone, or does the Major Projects Office have some role in that?
So if and when any transformative strategy evolves into a defined specific project, that's when we kick in terms of our consultation process for listing. So that's when we would come in. Is that what you're asking? When does NPO get involved on consultation?
So you instruct Alto then to submit a proposal to our council, what they're proposing is community impact benefit.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We've not seen anything.
Mike Wen.
Bonjour, Annie. Ogama Masconwood, Quenny, Dishnikas, Makwendo, the Momjanong, and Donjabanishna Bequain and Dow. Chief Janelle Namaben from Momjanong First Nation. Just wondering how environmental racism in Canada is being looked at as you're looking at special economic zones and as you're reviewing projects. I know you said that there are regional assessments that are done. Are nations participating in those assessments, or is that something the government is doing independently? So just wondering what that looks like for the nations to be a part of that. And also wondering if I can get a copy of the presentation.
Fantastic question. And, I think certainly the notion of environmental racism is one that we absolutely need to grapple with when we have these conversations around major projects, and especially, as you've already noted, defining it in a regional context. Part of what the regional assessment framework is designed to do is look at social issues as well as environmental issues. So I do see it as being a framework that can certainly provide a good discussion and identification of potential impacts or measures that need to address those environmental racism considerations. There's only one regional assessment that is actually formally underway in Canada from the federal government, and that's the Ring of Fire here in Ontario. So many of you may be familiar and even participating in that. In Treaty 9, there's a co-development process that has been underway with a number of the First Nations involved to establish the terms of reference between the federal government and the province. Looking to, there's lessons to be learned in all of these processes, but looking to replicate a lot of the good work that was done there elsewhere in the country where we may be seeing a need or a potential for those economic zones.
Okay, so I heard the nations are involved in that as well,
Okay,
right? Okay,
yeah.
all right, miigwech.
And just a quick follow-up to the last question. I heard the word that I meant to respond to. We don't instruct proponents to do anything. Proponents are responsible to do their own work. We have our expectations that we expect them, and the standards we expect them to meet if they're going to make a submission to our office. So proponents and prospective proponents who work with your communities should be in the business of satisfying your concerns, and there should be a very comprehensive record of engagement before it gets to us.
So we have one more chief online and 3 in person here. After that, we will close the floor for questions. What we'll have is we'll have each chief ask their questions and then we'll have one response at the end. We'll turn it over to Chief Wabas online.
Hello, Chief Archie Wabas, Waterman Lake First Nation. On your presentation, kind of looking at your listing decision, and also on your proposed changes for key regulatory efficiencies. Number three says enable one federal decision after the impact assessments and permits. Canada will make a decision on that specific project. On your listing, permit has been decided. After the permit, there's a consultation. Where I see First Nations are not involved, are not included until after the fact that the government decides, okay, we're going to permit this project. We're going to allow companies to have stake on the property per se, where the property has been identified, the property has been decided upon, and the right goes to the government. Okay, they're going to develop that property or that area. When First Nations weren't even asked if they're going to allow that permit. So I don't know, First Nations are always excluded from the day one of that discussion of that project. Like even if you want to identify a property, okay, the property is being looked at. Okay, the property has been decided upon. Government decides to allow proponent or mineral exploration activity to happen, to stake claims right away. Okay, they stake claims and they come to us and say, okay, we're interested in doing a mineral exploration in this area. Yes, you did. You did already claim the stakes. You never asked us first. So that discussion is not meaningful. It's not meaningful at all. I think the land asking for a land or a property with First Nations or rights holders has to come first before allowing a permit to happen. And that's my response to it. It's not, you're not including First Nations. So number 3 will enable one federal decision. Again, and the permit consultation has taken place and impact assessments have been done and the permits have been in place. And one federal decision, the federal makes a decision, final decision. Where does the prior and informed consent come into play in this process? That's my other question. All right, thank you.
Mike 2.
Thank you. Chief Russell Wesley, Cat Lake First Nation. Just to identify, I have a reserve set aside for those Mishkigogwan people living in Cat Lake. And I also don't have a treaty. And I want to ask the minister responsible for IAC a direct question in regards to Spring Pole, which is a project that's located 40 kilometers from my community, straddling Birch Lake and Spring Pole. It's going to be an open pit mine, 400-meter hole in the ground when the project is done. Because of the numerous issues around the environmental concerns of that particular project, Cat Lake was not satisfied with the provincial EA process, and we concluded that it was flawed. So we undertook to do our own assessment called the Anishinaabe-led impact assessment. That assessment identified 35 distinct concerns broken up into 17 categories. IAC gave us 10,000 whatever, which is the cost of one charter, in order for us to get the consultation piece done. But the IAC also did a concurrent assessment, and that assessment was, we find no concerns, despite our process identifying all of these issues with that particular project. We had a vote about a week and a half ago in both communities of Cat Lake and Lac Seul that voted no, citing environmental concerns. During that process, we were informed by good sources that the minister would be voting in the affirmative for the project. My question to the minister is that proper treaty relationships, proper Indigenous partner and industrial relationships? Despite the community saying no, will you still vote in the affirmative for the project? Because this is a highly contentious environmental project. Now, if the minister could answer that question, I'd be very happy to hear what the response is. Thank you.
Miigwech Chiefs. Mike 4.
Bonjour, Zongizi le Gomba Cocktail and Pajabik Zagi, Nishnabek Donjabi over here. Proxy Hardy for Namaguskagan. You know, as a community chief, I've realized for years the manipulation coming from the governments and the proponents to our First Nations communities. Canada's 6 regulatory efficient proposals push one-year timelines, bundled decisions, and federal economic zones. But Section 35, UNDRIP, and first FPIC require meaningful consultation, not faster consultation. Most First Nations, we have 1 to 2 staff trying to review 1,000-page plus pages assessments, while our territories face death by 1,000 cuts from cumulative impacts. So my question is not to you. My question is out to the chiefs. Will the chiefs take a unified position to reject any efficiency legislation unless 3 conditions are met? Number 1, legislative timelines cannot override our constitutional duty to consult and accommodate. Number 2, Canada funds First Nations consultation capacity at the same level that they're funding federal speed. And 3, all streamlined approvals require mandatory regional cumulative effects assessments by nations. If we don't unify, then we're treating our long-term rights and land health for short-term project speed. Because
Miigwech, proxy, Mike 4.
Okay, bonjour, good afternoon. I know everybody's getting hungry here. Haven't heard anything about your presentation. Where does the communities fit in? The prosperity for the communities. You know, we all live in the third world pretty much, where we don't benefit any project. You know, we should be having percentage. We should be having a say. This is our land. We're, you know, settlers telling us, bringing their agenda to us all the time. We should be asked first, you know. And like, I live in a pure remoteness. I don't think you ever stepped in the ground of a remote community. You know, it's very challenging. How am I going to benefit if I live in under third world, a genocide? It's a hidden genocide where we live in. You know, Canada is a rich country. Everybody should be prosperous. I used to boil water of 31 years. You know, 7 prime ministers we went through with our community. And here you're telling me, bring in your new legislation that's coming to for major projects. And what is a major project? I hope my community is a major project. You know, you want the resources, fix my community first. So miigwech.
Miigwech, Chief. We will open the floor again for Mike 1.
bonjour, Mina. Il est magnifique. You got to be nice to go. Je know them. You go to Minkanin Donji. Away, Koe. You go to Maaway. Yeah, Jigagi to the Machina. You again on GTT. Kaunjian. Nibugeo. We can done away. You just away. Go. Gamina away. Jigagi to the Ma. So my English name is Don Jones from Nigiguzumini First Nation, Treaty 3 territory. I'd like to invite one of our respected elders from the Treaty 3 territory, Elder Fred Kelly, to speak. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Miigwech, je vais au Macron des Golf, que je vais tangue, au Gamavene, Seguin de Genekas, Georges Covenesque, Jean Dautin, Niviteo. Just introduce myself. In the colonial name is Fred Kelly. Section under Section 9124. I'm commonly known with bureaucracy as 5401. That's my treaty status number. And that's usually used more than my traditional name, my spiritual name. But I greet every one of the chiefs over here respectfully. For me to interject in your session, and I give you, it is my duty. I'm not talking about rights here so much as I'm talking about the stage that I have reached, the venerable stage of being called an elder. But I don't call myself an elder because that has a connotation of wisdom and intelligence. I wish I had some of those. But I speak the truth of the ages of our indigenous peoples from history. What I saw here on the major projects gives me some great consternation as an individual. And it's not about me so much as it is about the future generations, as our ancestors were always concerned about us as their descendants. My friends, when I was asked to set up this assembly 51 years ago, I did so with great enthusiasm because it was time for the people to get together. But getting together was not as so much as individuals in the First Nations, but rather dreaming that a time would come when the Hudno Nation and the Anishinaabe Nation would come together again to face the challenges together. It was the great law of the Haudenosaunee, was the sacred law of the Anishinaabe that came together. And their law together essentially said that they would never cross paths in anger or in any hostility, but they will support one another. It is in that spirit that I rise to mention to you some of the things here that give me some concern as to that process. First of all, I want to thank the people who made the presentation. Congratulatory remarks have been given to them, making a wonderful presentation. I joined that eloquence that was done. However, I question the assumptions that presume and come before the presentation that was made. It talks about one major project, one decision making, one agency, all that consolidating our people as indigenous peoples of this land together again. That's what the Section 9 to 124 under the Indian Act did. One major project known as the Department of Indian Affairs now changed. And the name has changed, but the mandate's not changed. We're all bunched up together as indigenous peoples, not as nations as we are. Section 9, Section 35, I was there advising as a technical person. And it was the dream of some of our people who advised on that. The dream of our people, the continuing vision, that is, and the BC Supreme Court, for one, has recognized the purpose of treaties. The purpose of treaties is to reconcile sovereignties. We talk about sovereignty. In my language, simply means freedom inherent given to us by the Creator, to exercise our freedom upon this land that we were placed. And so that's one of the things I wanted to mention to you, remind you of. Secondly, to remind you that the Canadian government cannot get its head around the idea that we as Indigenous peoples of Turtle Island are the land. We don't own the land owns us. We are part and parcel. Just like the trees, just like the animals, just like all of our, because then I will show the original Anishinaabe referred to all other living beings in creation as Nichi, which is where the word comes from. Friendship through blood, and that's what we are as a family. So I raised this question for the simple reason that what I saw here, the presumptions, again, following that model of the Indian Act, one major decision-making called the hub, and all the projects are going to be dealt with through this, including the nuclear, all the other resorts that were made. We must remember, my friends, we must remember, in Treaty 3, where I come from, and a former Grand Chief, that in 1888, the St. Catherine's Villa case was decided by the Judiciary Council of the British government when Canada had issued a timber license to the St. Catherine Milling Company to cut timber. And Ontario challenged that. Ontario won all the way to Great Britain, their Supreme Court of the day. Their decision was, now get this, let's not forget this, that St. Catherine's Milling case decision, we as an Indigenous peoples who had signed a treaty were never involved, never informed, never consented, never true informed, as we talk about not true and informed consent. That final decision was Ontario owns the lands and resources, and they were not even party to the treaty. And that decision still stands, which gave rise as well in 1930 to the Land Transfer, to the Resources Transfer Act 1930 to the Western provinces, which gave then to the provinces the lands and resources. They couldn't give us to them because we belong to the land. We are the land. I remind you of that. That's one of my major points. You, as Indigenous peoples, are the land. Canada does not recognize Indigenous proprietary rights or duties. And so that's what we are. So all these major projects are going to come under that, and they're going to decide who we are, what we are, and how we should be dealt with, just like those resources that they're talking about. In our laws, in our sacred law, we're not separate from the lands and resources. We are part and parcel of that. And so I'm just reminding you of some of the sacred laws and how they were usurped and how they were stolen. Instance, the Haudenosaunee sacred law, great law, was misinterpreted and stolen by the United States. And look where they are now. I'm just reminding you some of the lessons that we, our Indigenous peoples, were aware of and foresaw, some of the things that we have to be very careful about. So as much as I congratulate the presenters, I also question that their presentation, beautiful as it is, and well-sounding and used semantics. One of the things is that we're asking them to recognize our jurisdiction. My friends, I remind you, we don't ask them to recognize our jurisdiction. We ask them to respect it and live by it. That is the reconciliation of sovereignties, rather than us going to them to see if they would be part and parcel of a major project that is being devised by business and corporate interests. We do have those kinds of interests as well. So I'm not going to take any more of your time, just want to remind you that there are major considerations under the assumptions, and the assumptions that just will not seem to be questioned here. They say the major They want a major project to be in charge of other major projects. That major project, believe it or not, is to respect us as treaty people belonging to the land, and we are part of that land. That is a major project which should precede any further discussion on ideas as how they're going to regulate the lands and resources which were given to them in a wrongful way, in the wrong decision. And you know what that decision was in the Privy Council? What about the Indians that signed the treaties? They are fiduciary. They are usufruct, which means, I understand, in legal language, it means that we are here by virtue of the permission and the largesse and the permission of Ontario. Can you believe that? That's what these assumptions assume. That's what we are here. So Ontario owns the lands and resources. It means they own us. And I also mentioned before that when I was there in 1975, setting up the first Volunteer Chiefs Conference, I said, when they came to the resolution to what we're going to call ourselves, Chiefs of Ontario, I was there too late because I was too busy trying to organize some other events that were related to that. And I mentioned to them then, you're not the chiefs of Ontario. You are the chiefs in Ontario. Go back to the language of the Haudenosaunee peoples. What does the word Ontario mean? Where does it come from? I understand it has something to do with beautiful waters, not the province of Ontario. So these are some of the things I wanted to remind you of as you move forward. I'm not discouraging you. I'm not trying to dissuade you. I'm just trying to say to you, remember, you are the land. This is your land. The Creator gave you this land, gave us this land. We are brothers and sisters on the Turtle Island. Amigos.
Miigwech Nuwas for your response.
I was just asked to provide a quick response. That's hard. There's a lot of very thoughtful and wise remarks made over the last 15, 20 minutes or so. A quick response almost seems flippant. So I'm going to apologize in advance because the remarks that were just provided to us do deserve not only consideration, but a proper response. And we're not going to have time to provide that today. I will give some, of course, but I do preface it with, I'm sorry, we don't have more time to get into it. But in terms of consent and proceeding issuance of permits and FPIC, and if I could just start with Elder Fred, the presumptions that you allege are correct. I am presuming that we're going to implement this act in a good way. I have no proof of that yet. That is yet to come. That is the work we need to do. It's my belief that the way the act is set out provides us with an opportunity to get it right. It also provides yet more opportunity to get it wrong that people have seen for generations. We are charged with getting it right. And the act, I believe, gives us the flexibility to do that. It is novel. It is new. It will be challenged. But when it is challenged, I'm determined to be able to demonstrate that we proceeded in a good way that respects the cultures, the values, the inherent rights, the treaty rights that we have across this nation, and that all affected Indigenous groups by projects will be consulted and dealt with in a fair way, in an early way. Because there is no prosperity for Canada, to the gentleman over here, there is no prosperity for Canada if there's no prosperity for Indigenous peoples. And there's, I believe, less prosperity for Indigenous peoples without prosperity for Canada. We are in this together. There is a history to this country that people are coming to know. You all know very, very well. Other Canadians are beginning to learn and recognize the true history of this country. It's the reason we have a reconciliation journey, which is ongoing. But we have to demonstrate we can do it in a good and a right way. If we don't, you've heard it said, nations around the world who aren't at the table are on the menu. We're in this together. The legacy issues that we have inherited, we can't fix every legacy issue before going forward. We have to do them together. It's not a contest, but you cannot have one without the other. And Indigenous groups are entitled to see progress on the legacy issues as we go forward on projects that are intended to bring prosperity to your communities. Part of the reason we want to accelerate projects in this country is to accelerate the provision of the benefits and the prosperity to the communities where the projects will take place. But it has to be done differently than has been done before. And again, the history is something everyone needs to understand. All Canadians proponents need to understand, and we need to be a lot better. But that will only work if we do it collaboratively and we don't let ourselves be interfered by those who don't believe we can do it right, and worse, from external influences who seek to prevent Canada from fulfilling its aspirations as a nation and your aspirations as Indigenous peoples of this land. I have less patience for external influence. I have all the time in the world for the Indigenous peoples we work with every day. I'm motivated by that. It's a heavy lift because we have so much history to cut through. But what choice do we have than to get this done together in the right way?
I think we could probably just go to lunch, but I want to express a lot of gratitude for this opportunity today and to hear from all of you. I equally enjoyed all of the questions and comments we received, and I look forward to more conversation. Miigwech.
And I would say that regardless of whether I can demonstrate it, I always feel when I come to these gatherings that I leave as a better person for it. So I want to thank each and every one of you for your time and for sharing your thoughts with us and with me in particular. You have our continued commitment to work with you every step of the way. Miigwech.
Regional Chief Benedict had to step out at 12 for a press release that's being held in another room. He would like us to extend his appreciation to Rob and Candace for coming and offering that presentation to our leadership. So on behalf of Regional Chief Benedict, we'd like to thank you.
And as I said, Candace and I will be outside if anyone wants to speak with us directly.
What time is it? So we're gonna break now. But first we were gonna have a prayer. We'll come back at 1:30, and from there we'll continue with the audit, and then we will continue with the general discussion for the federal major projects legislation. Excuse me, can we please wait for the prayer? And now I'll call up Nokomis Stephanie Sandy to offer her Thanksgiving for our meal.
Anin Bojo. Stephanie Sandy Dishnikos, Nimki Beneshikam, Jikning Donjabagi, Gundoda Manishna Bakwa, Ndo. Chimiigwaj for being so patient and getting ready to eat. Listening now, but we have a plate here prepared for our ancestors and giving thanks for them and their presence, and that we feed them as well, and that's part of our Thanksgiving. We say Chimiigwaj Kajemnado for the food that's being prepared, Mijim, and that we think of our ancestors as we're enjoying our lunch, but thinking about their guidance and teachings and what they have taught us is patience, and so that we are able to give thanks for the people who prepared it, but also offering our prayers for them as well. And we think of how those teachings give us patience and guidance, and also that nurturing we need for our meals today so that we can carry on for this afternoon's meeting. Chimigwach Kajemnado, Kinagego, Mijan, Minwa, Good, Gizigat, Gizis, Gibanabit, Haho, Migwach to Mijam, Migwach. Oh, enjoy your lunch. And don't take a nap. We got to come back.
One more. And that's the song to get people back in from the lobby in the hall. So I've just asked them for one more, and then we'll get started. Miigwech, thank you very much. So we will get started. 1:34, I know we were quite late breaking for lunch. So we will make sure that the live feed is back on. I'm just looking to the team, we're good. So welcome back to the chiefs that are joining us virtually, as well as First Nation citizens and everyone else watching on the Chiefs of Ontario page and the YouTube channel. So welcome back. A couple of announcements. The keys were here. I'm not sure that we found the owner of the keys, but if you're missing a set of keys, I think it's a Ford, and there's also a CIBC fob or something, not a fob, I don't know what you call those electronic code things. Keys have been found. If they're yours, just let us know. Also, there will be a slight change. We went fairly late this morning. We know that you still wanted to talk about the federal major projects legislation. Ontario Regional Chief Benedict didn't get to that as part of the general discussion this morning. So what we're going to do is start off with the Chiefs of Ontario audit, and there's a resolution as part of that. We'll deal with that. And then we will go back to the discussion on the federal major projects legislation. Following that, we'll turn it over to on-time resolutions. So that'll be the plan for this afternoon. So at this point, I was going to make another announcement regarding the golf tournament yesterday. Sounds like everyone had a really good time, but there was a couple of announcements regarding that. I'll come back to that later this afternoon. So at this point, I'd like to turn it over to Jeff Stonefish, Treasurer of the Chiefs of Ontario Board of Directors, along with Auditor Richard Beattie. So I'd like to invite the team to come on up, and we'll go with the audit. Just a reminder, there is a resolution immediately following.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jeff Stonefish. Work for the Association of Iroquois and Allied Indians. I'm the Board of Directors rep for AIAI. It's also been my pleasure to serve as a Secretary-Treasurer for the board. Before we get into the audit, I'd just like to acknowledge my colleagues, our board chair, Gary Dokis, who is NAN's representative, Brendan Hutchison, who is the Anishinaabeg Nation's representative, and Gary Allen, the Treaty 3 representative on the board. I'd like to also acknowledge Tracy and her finance team and the work that they've done over the past year regarding the audit. And so with that, I'll turn it over to our auditor from MNP, Richard Beattie.
Thanks, Jeff. Good afternoon, everyone. Just first of all, just want to say thanks for having me here today. Pleasure to be here as always, and pleasure to be the auditor working with Chiefs of Ontario, and also just want to give thanks, as Jeff just mentioned, also to Tracy and Sergey and the finance team, and our team always continues to enjoy working with the Chiefs Ontario team, and everything in the audit always seems to go very smoothly. So I know I'm the first item on the agenda after lunch, and everyone has full bellies, so sometimes people want naps after that, but nothing like jumping right into an exciting audit to make sure everyone is all good there. So everybody has copies of the audit, I believe, in front of them. I also have a PowerPoint presentation here that I'm going to walk through kind of at a high level. So we're going to have a look at the management's responsibility, the board's responsibility, the auditor's responsibility, the audit opinion, and then a quick look at the financial results, and then open it up to any questions. In terms of the management responsibility, so this is the first page you would see in the financial statement audit. So again, just outlines that these financial statements are the financial statements of the Chiefs of Ontario. and management is responsible for preparing and presenting the financial statements in accordance with proper accounting standards and making sure the assets of the organization are safeguarded and transactions are properly authorized. And then the board is there to oversee management, to make sure that the financial reporting is being followed properly and the internal controls are in place, approving the financial statements, and then appointing an external auditor to provide an opinion on your financial statements. So my job as the auditor responsibility is to express an opinion on your statements. We follow generally accepted auditing standards. We assess risk areas, assess internal controls, and we examine on a test basis. So we're not looking at every transaction, but then we come up with our opinion. And there's various opinions that we could give, but a good thing for your organization is I'm not going to read this word for word, but basically it's a clean audit opinion, which is a good thing for your organization. It means that the financial information contained within the statements can be relied upon, so that this is a good thing for your organization and the users know that they can rely on the information contained. So having a look at the statement of financial position, which is page number 1 at the bottom. So there's total assets of 49.2 million compared to 36.1 million in the previous year. So a pretty big increase in the amount of assets for the organization, which is also in line with down below in the liabilities, a large increase in deferred revenue. So there's a lot of cash and money sitting in GICs that has come in, but has also been deferred to be spent in future periods. So total assets of 49.2 million, of which cash and GICs comprise 44.8 million of that. On the liability side, there's a total of 44.7 million total liabilities, of which 41.8 million of that was related to deferred revenue. So total assets, less those total liabilities, left net assets of 4.5 million, which you can see in the previous year was pretty close to the same at 4.5 million. So basically for the year, the organization broke even. We'll have a look at the revenues and expenses later, but basically pretty close to a break-even point. I'm going to go through the next few slides here pretty quick. It's just kind of the same information over, but in a different format. So again, the total 49.2 million of total assets. Like I said, we got a kind of a blue Pac-Man going away from me anyway, but that's how much cash and money in the bank and GICs are on hand. So most of the assets, like I said, is related there. And then looking year over year, you can see the increase in the cash and GIC balances, which we already discussed. On the liability side, again, another Pac-Man with total of 44.7 million in total liabilities, of which 93.5% of that is related to deferred revenue. So money has been received, it's in the bank, and it's to be spent in future periods in line with the funding agreements. Again, looking comparison year over year, this is where you see the increase in deferred revenue that we already talked about. So you take those total assets less the total liabilities, and what you're left with is the net assets or accumulated funds. So what's left after you have all your assets and you pay all your liabilities? And then it's broken down further into some internally restricted funds and some funds set aside for specific purposes, as well as unrestricted funds. So like we talked about earlier, there's 4.5 million in net assets. 56.6% of that was related to unrestricted funds, and then 42.4% of that related to reserve funds or funds set aside for a specific purpose. So like I said, that 4.5 million basically kind of stayed the same between last year and this year, because the organization as a whole basically broke even on the bottom line. So now we'll have a look at the revenues and expenses of the organization. So total revenues of 23.19 million. Again, here just showing that the majority of that was related to the ISC being the biggest piece of the pie there, as well as the other various funding providers. Looking year over year, again, an increase in the ISC funding was up to 24.6 million, up from 17.9 in the previous year. So that's really increased over the last couple of years, mostly related to housing is the bulk of the increase in the revenue there. Then further over to the right, you can see that deferred revenue kind of a negative revenue. So that's money that's been deferred that'll be spent in future years. So similar to the revenue of 23.19, there's also 23.19 in total expenses. So here you can see the total expenses broken down by the various categories with salaries, wages, travel, meals, accommodation, professional fees, programming, administration, and other kind of making up those bigger blocks of the expenditures. Comparison year over year, you'll see that the kind of bigger increase areas in total expenses would have been in the salary wages line item, travel and meals accommodation line item, and with both those and the professional fees, all three of those basically going up by just over $1 million a year. So again, increase in total expenses, but also in line with the increase in total revenue as the revenues basically equaled the expenditures for a year operating on a break-even basis. With that, that's kind of the highlights of the numbers, and I will open it up to any questions at this time.
Any questions from the floor, either here in the room or online? Do you have any questions? Once we've opened it up to questions, I believe there's a resolution dealing with the audit. Microphone number 4.
Thank you, Richard. The deferred revenue, is any of that recoverable? Does it have to be spent by a certain date or be subject to recovery under the contribution agreement?
The numbers presented there, the deferred revenue balances as is, are none of it would be clawed back or recoverable at this time. But I do encourage, the Chiefs Ontario management and finance team to make sure you stay on top of that, because those funding agreements come to an end and the monies do need to spend by the end of those funding agreements. So the amount of money that's in deferred revenue right now is not subject to clawback, but something for definitely that the organization needs to keep an eye on.
So what type of contribution agreement do we have? Is it a fixed, a set, a multi-year, 10-year grant?
A variety of, sure, go ahead.
Thank you, Chief Merkel. So we do have block agreements that are 5-year terms. So those resources can be rolled over year after year until the 5th year, which we have to spend them all. We do have multi-year agreements from the province. However, every year those dollars have to be spent.
Okay.
The biggest chunk that you see there is from the new urban housing project. So every year until they get established, we've been able to roll those dollars over. So come probably, correct me if I'm wrong, Sam, maybe year 3, all of those dollars will go out to projects. Okay. And we won't have that large draw carry forward or deferred balance.
So there is an expenditure plan. Can the chiefs have a copy of what the projects are?
There's no projects yet. So
Okay.
So what they're at the stage where they've created the board. The board's been established. The board will then begin the work of establishing criteria, et cetera, of how those projects will roll out. Once that's happened, then we'll know where the projects are, and that will all be brought to the Leadership Council and the Chiefs in Assembly.
And any funds that are not related to the housing stuff of reserve Is there a surplus there and an expenditure plan for it?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear
I heard the auditor
the
say.
not housing.
Yeah,
No.
the non-housing.
Yes. So any carry forward funds from our block agreements, the sectors, you will use them to, with work plans that they've created to spend those monies.
Okay,
Those monies that are with the province, they have to create a work plan to expend those dollars within that fiscal year.
okay, thank you.
Next, we will go online. Chief Archie Wabas, go ahead.
What, Jeff? Bonjour. I have a couple of questions to the auditor. Yes or no answers. The qualified and unqualified statement. What is it? What was the auditor statement? Was it qualified or unqualified?
It was an unqualified opinion. An unqualified opinion, which is a clean audit opinion. That's the best opinion you can get.
Okay, the other question, the last question I have is the Prime Minister or government of Canada has cut back some funding to First Nations. And have we had an impact on on our finances due to funding cutbacks from ISC or Government of Canada?
Want to answer that one? Yeah.
Thank you, Chief Wabas. Well, we haven't had an impact from our sectors. We are getting less money, but we are able to manage our existing staff and existing programs with the resources that we do have. We anticipate that if they put plans in place that we know that they're looking at of reconciling old agreements going back as far as 7 years, then we have the resources set aside to pay those reconciled amounts. So what happens sometimes is the government, we have a surplus. They don't ask us for it back, so we set it aside and put it in a reserved account so that if they do claw back, then we're able to pay it back. So there's been no impact to date.
All right, thank you.
Very good, Chief Wabas, for the question. Looking around, I don't see anybody else at the microphones. No other hands that are raised online. I just want to confirm nobody online. So with that, thank you very much for the presentation. We do have a resolution dealing with the audit, and I know it's after lunch. I just want to make sure we have quorum. We'll do a quick check. And just a reminder, based on the count this morning, we had 60 chiefs in the room, 5 chiefs online, and 65 was the total. So the quorum required to make decisions is 33. So we need 33. Megan, I might need some help. Actually, just to make it easy, raise your hand if you've got the red lanyard. That'll help us out. We'll do a quick count. Oh, it looks good, actually. Keep your hands raised. Yeah, we're good. We're good in the room? Yeah. And we got more online. Okay. Okay, we're good in the room. We have more online as well, but as long as we've met that threshold. So up on the screen, we have the resolution to accept the audit titled Acceptance of Audited Financial Statements. We don't have a mover or seconder yet, so I will be asking for a mover and a seconder. The resolution is up on the screen. It reads, be it resolved that we, the Chiefs in Assembly, 1, accept the Chiefs of Ontario coup audited financial statements for fiscal year 2024-2025 as presented at the annual Chiefs Assembly held at Rama First Nation, June 16, 17, 18, 2026. So fairly straightforward, just to accept the audit as presented. That's what I was wondering when I read it. 2024, it says it's the wrong year on the resolution. So that has to be corrected. So it's 2025, 2026. So that is the correct date up on the screen. Mover and seconder, please approach the microphone. I see a number of hands raised. Yeah, if you can, we all know who you are, but just for the record.
Chief Nikki Van Orscott, I can move this.
Thank you.
Caldwell First Nation.
Miigwech.
I'll second Adam. Chief Don Miracle.
Great, thank you. So we have a mover and seconder. Any more discussion, debate? Comments, questions? Second call? Any more comments? Final call? Any more comments? None online as well. Okay. Resolution is before you to accept. Any opposition? Opposition online, none. Any abstentions? Abstentions? I see none. So with that, resolution is carried. So thank you very much. The audit has been accepted. So that's the first resolution. As I indicated right after lunch, we're going to make some changes. This morning, we did not, as part of the general discussion being led by Ontario Regional Chief, we did not get to the discussion on the federal major projects legislation. So we will turn to that now. We will complete that. Next on the agenda was going to be resolution accountability, a review and discussion. We'll deal with that tomorrow. So we will insert that tomorrow. So again, I know that we went way into the noon hour, into the lunch break, talking about the federal major projects issue. And so we do have a discussion on the legislation. So I will turn it over to Vera, who is going to be leading that discussion.
Want to say miigwech and like to invite Ontario Regional Chief Benedict to come and present the information on the federal major projects legislation. Regional Chief.
Which Vera for that. So as I mentioned just before lunch, when we broke and we received a presentation from the Major Projects Office on who they are, what their role is, we have seen that a piece of discussion paper has been released by the federal government around the development of legislation again around major projects. And so what we wanted to do is have an open conversation about that. I just also, before I dive into that a bit more, I know that Rob from the Major Projects Office had mentioned that was stepping out to a press conference, and I don't know that it was clearly communicated to you, but there was a press conference we had at 11:30 or 12 o'clock, sorry, in relation to the new water legislation that's been put forward. And so C-61 was reintroduced this morning by the Government of Canada under C-37. And so we had received, along with Nishnawbe Nation and Nishnawbe Nation, a consultation copy of the legislation that's been put forward. And so we had a press conference just outlining our position on that. And so I anticipate in the next couple of days, a week, our Environment Office, who leads the water work legislative piece for the Chiefs Ontario, will be putting out the briefing note in more detail around that. And so I want to apologize that you weren't aware there was a press conference happening. We should have communicated that better. And I take the lead from sometimes when I see other national bodies and the chief runs off and we wonder where the heck they went, right? And so I'm very conscious of that. And so I wanted to make sure that you're aware, and we'll continue to do better on it and keeping you updated as I take off for certain things that you weren't aware of. So nothing better than knowing what, what's going on in other means. So that's that piece. So again, I don't know if we want to go into in camera on this. I know that we talked about the the first minister's meeting in camera. That was a general discussion or part of the general discussion on the agenda. And the next item that we wanted to talk about was this, this legislation that's being put forward on the major projects. And so I wasn't able to participate in the questions that you had with the representatives of major project. One of the things that we're continuing to do, and the regional office is continuing to maintain regular conversations with the major projects office. There's a couple things that I've heard and that I have relayed to them. One is on their website, it doesn't actually tell you who the people are working in the major projects office. And I have had direct conversations with the Prime Minister's office around this as well, because their role is to get major projects done. And those projects will implicate your communities, our rights. And so not knowing who the people in the major projects are is a problem, and more particularly not listing it on their website. And if it is on their website, then there's no way for them to be contacted, right? And so what we have heard from, the major projects office in its earlier creation stage was that they don't want to be lobbied by, major project developers and, financiers and things like that. But, the rights holders need to have access to them so that one, they understand, the implications that some projects could have. Two, that you create a relationship with them. And so we've been very clear with the representatives of major project that they need to be more transparent on who they are and how they can, how you can reach out to them. And so we'll continue to push that. We will do what we can as a regional advocacy body to make those connections with you and your community and the major projects office. The other thing is too, though, is that what we have heard clear from leadership in conversations I've had and members of our leadership council has had, is that the president or CEO, Don Farrell, needs to be available as well to our leadership. And so that's a respect, I think protocol that we meet with the head of the organization instead of the vice president, which no disrespect to Rob and his associates, but that was something we clearly heard too at the national level last year, that, well, why are they sending representatives of the major project office? Why is the president or head of the major projects office, Don Farrell, not here to listen to the rights holders? And so we have continuously pushed that message to them, that the head of the organization needs to hear directly from the rights holders. And so that our policy division of the Chiefs Ontario has released, a briefing note on the discussion paper. And we really wanted to open it up if there are some areas that we want to have further conversation about on this. If not, we can definitely, sign it off to more work with the Leadership Council or committee. But I think that this is important because the national office is working on this as well. We'll hear more from them next month in July. Yeah, so Chris, want to add some?
Yeah, just really quickly. There's no resolutions currently at COO or at the AFN about these proposed changes in the discussion paper. We know pretty much for certain that they're going to push legislation on this in the fall. And, there's currently no mandate, either draft resolutions at COO or at AFN. We talked to Andrew Bisson yesterday. He said there's no draft resolutions at AFN. So that is also something to consider. If, collective action against this is what's needed, against, federal special economic zones, against the one-year environmental assessments, against ministers approving projects before environmental assessments are done and really sort of negating the purpose of consultation, all those things, if there is collective action that needs to happen. Currently, there are no resolutions on the books, either at the provincial or COO level or the AFN level. So just to let you know.
Thanks for that, Chris. One thing I will say too, though, is that for the work that I do on your behalf and advocacy and the message I would bring forward, anything that is viewed as a threat to your sovereignty, your inherent rights and your jurisdiction, I believe is the role and the responsibility of the Ontario Regional Chief to make that known and to make sure that the rights holders are heard in relation to legislative threats that occur. And so if we don't have a position on the major projects legislation, at this moment. Our message will continue to be clear that any legislation that impacts the rights, the inherent jurisdiction, treaty obligations of the government in your communities is unacceptable, and the rights holders must be at the table. So I just want to reaffirm that. Sometimes we do get tripped up on mandates on certain areas, but the protection of your jurisdiction, your sovereignty, and your inherent rights is part of the responsibilities that we have to do to make that be known. Comments, questions, thoughts? Okay. If not, we can move on. We can come back to this too, though, if there's some areas. I know, again, tomorrow we'll have the Assembly of First Nations talking about the First Ministers meeting, which, will have different points in time when we look at the major project legislation that impacts the work that you do. Because the major projects legislation is about speeding up project approval, is about the ultimate goal is getting projects faster through the environmental review process. And so we know that, that's part of the strategy of the government, is to advance that, to secure the Canadian Ontario economy through legislative processes that potentially are infringe upon your rights. And so we're going to continue to do what we need to do to push back on that and keep you aware of what's happening. So I can roll right into the next discussion item if you want. Okay, not that. All right. So.
We do have our phone up for.
Oh, we have a phone now. Did we get the keys? Did somebody claim the keys while I was gone? Yeah. Or did somebody just drive off with a new Ford? Got a phone here too, if that's yours. I think the Schnabik Nation, they pulled this thing where they said, if this is your phone and you don't claim it in the next 5 minutes, we're gonna auction it off. So we'll see if that works. There you go. So moving along, then we'll roll right into the next discussion item that we have on our agenda. Oh, are we not doing the accountability? Oh, you guys just move the stuff around, and then I don't have to do the resolutions. Okay, here I was all geared up for to talk about the resolution accountability review and decision. So, okay, then I will turn it over to the chair. Then you just have to stop listening to me. All right, who is it? You?
Oh, not me.
Oh, well.
That's Adam. We'd like to call up Adam to handle the resolutions agenda item. And here's that phone.
Yes, thank you. So a couple of announcements, just looking for my email here, a couple of announcements before we proceed. Chiefs of Ontario wall hangings were given out at the ACA last June in Hiawatha. For those chiefs, if you weren't at the annual Chiefs Assembly last June, there are wall hangings for your First Nation at the Chiefs registration desk. So just go to the registration desk. If you didn't get one last year, you'll get one this year. Also, an announcement regarding the golf. Regarding the golf tournament yesterday. So of course, that was held on Monday. I'm just reading this out. The fundraising golf tournament to support host community initiatives. It was held at the Bonaire Golf Course. It was a very good day. The only day with no rain. They had over 80 golfers. And the community initiative that was identified to be supported through the fundraising efforts was the Rama Community Pantry. So the Community Pantry is part of the community's food sovereignty program to assist vulnerable members. Its slogan is "Take what you need, give what you can." And it is primarily community-led and funded, relying on members to make donations. It's open 24/7, and it allows people to access it discreetly. So of course, profits from the tournament will be going to the pantry along with the profits. The pantry was on site to do 50-50 draws and a putter contest with the prize of a Blackstone grill, a number of contest prizes, and the 50-50 were donated back to the fundraiser and awaiting outstanding invoices. We're expecting to donate around $22,000. So thank you. Good job. So again, thank you to the sponsors and all of the communities for all your support, and look forward to next year. And our host chief, Chief Williams.
Just want to say a big chimigwech to the Chiefs and all the golfers for that sizable contribution. It will go a long way. Miigwech.
So we will continue along with the agenda. Just a reminder, we made a change. Yes, go ahead, approach microphone 1 over here. We did make a change to the agenda, the topic dealing with resolution accountability. We had moved it to tomorrow, thinking that we were way behind, but we're back on track, but we've already made that change, so we'll deal with it tomorrow. Yeah, microphone 1.
Yes, Chief William Lloyd Naganash Magnetamon. I was just wondering if you could read out the organization First Nation that sponsored yesterday, because I think our name might be in there. I appreciate that if you could.
The sponsors, I will get that information and we'll make sure we come back to that. So again, we'll make sure that we get the sponsors. I know, and I was told that there were quite a few winners that donated the prizes back to the cause. So the sponsors for the golf tournament. A big thank you, Magnatuan First Nation, GIP, Green Infrastructure Partners, Chippewas of Rama First Nation, 7 Gen Industrial, and I'm looking at the logos here, so I can't really make it out. Life Benefit Solutions, Enbridge, BMO, Voyager, Thomas Canada Inc., Inspire, and OKT. So thank you, Miigwech. There's a bit more information in here, but I won't get into the details. I know there was quite a few contests. It was all approved by Tracy Anton.
Just one moment. I do know that our good friends from Magnetawan, every time I pulled up to a tee box, their sign was like right there. And I know that they're having their own golf tournament at Perry Sound Golf and Country Club in about a month. July 16th. So let's all head up to Perry Sound and support Magnetawan.
And you're all invited. We know who that sign was targeted to, right? Okay, Miigwech, thank you for all your support and your sponsorship. Okay, so we'll get into resolutions. We'll deal with as many resolutions as we can until 4 o'clock, and then we'll get into some of the council updates. So these are the on-time resolutions. They should be in your packages. We'll go through them on the screen. We're going to start with resolution number 3. It's titled Fight Illegal Drug Smuggling by Mail. And we'll have that up on the screen. The resolution is moved by Chief Peter Wesley, who I saw. Oh, there he is. Thank you. Seconded by Chief Robert Nakwaji, I know is online. At least he was a few minutes ago. So mover and seconder are in the room. So the resolution reads, and I hope I can see the entire resolution. I think I can. We'll go down to therefore be resolved, the operative clause of the resolution. It reads, therefore be it resolved that we, the Chiefs in Assembly, 1, call on the Government of Canada to A, amend the Canada Post Corporation Act to recognize and affirm the authority of each First Nation to authorize screening of all mail entering the First Nation for illegal drugs. B, ensure such amendments are passed on an urgent basis to avoid continued harms. C, ensure the consistent and reliable enforcement of First Nation laws and bylaws to supplement the screening of mail for First Nations to have better community safety and safeguards against drug trafficking. D, provide the support and funding required for the screening of mail for drugs where duly authorized by a First Nation law. Number 2, direct the Chiefs of Ontario to advocate for these outcomes. We'll keep scrolling down. That's the entire resolution. Mover is here, seconder. If you wish to speak to the resolution, go to Chief Wesley, who is approaching microphone number 4. Following that, we'll go online and go to Chief Nakaji, who is joining us virtually. I was going to say something about your glasses, but I won't. Chief Wesley.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, chiefs, delegates, proxies, youth elders, all the knowledge keepers, and everybody that's here this afternoon. Happy to be here to present this resolution for the consideration. My name is Chief Peter Wesley, Moose Cree First Nation. I'm here along with Chief Robert Nakaji, asking for your support on this resolution. You know, we're all aware that there's quite an issue with legal drugs entering our communities, more so those remote communities. And Moose Cree, along with Fort Albany, a lot of us face this issue, and it's if you get right down to it, it's killing our people. All these illegal drugs that are coming into our community, and we have to address it. And we've been trying to address it the best that we can internally. We've created bylaws. We've created we've had checkpoints into our communities to try to restrict the drugs that are coming in. And every time you try to put a stop to it, you seem to find another way to get around it. And Canada Post is one of those avenues that we need to address as well. And we're asking for the chief support on this resolution to help us address this, I'll just call it an epidemic, because it's literally killing our people. And we have to put a stop to it. We have to end it. And I know for my First Nation, we've been at it for at least 3 years. I've been in office for 3 years. I got 1 more year, and majority of my time I spent addressing this issue. And it's tiring. A lot of this, we've gone so far as to remove individuals that are not from our communities. We've BCR'd them off. And I'm happy to see that there's going to be a discussion about bylaw enforcement or First Nation law enforcement on the agenda later on as well. But this is another avenue this is another item that needs to be addressed. And I'm calling upon the chiefs to support this resolution. We also have legal counsel online, I believe, that may be able to answer if there's any technical questions that the chiefs may have. And with that, I thank you for your time, and I look forward to your support on this resolution.
Chief Wesley. We'll go online now to the seconder, Chief Robert Nakaji, if you want to speak to the resolution. There you are. Go ahead.
Hey, what you gonna say? Hello, everybody. Thanks for the prayers and opening drum this morning. And Adam, thank you. You're doing great as usual. And I support this resolution because families suffering, seeing them in the community with drugs. You know that there's been multiple state of emergencies called by different First Nations, and we're continuing to do that every day. Well, it seems like it. And there's one thing I learned getting back into the office in the last several months is that we're starting to see more and more people come up here hiding from where they're wanted from, different avenues, such as different, we had to enforce our own, I guess, authority in the community of a non-member, bringing in drugs, and people are sharing who he is, what he's doing, So we enforced it, and later we found out that we had community members harboring people are pushing drugs in the community, which is this individual had 19 warrants out in Ontario that go right from Toronto right to James Bay. So that was alarming. And I know that there's been multiple work from OPP, NAPS, trying to enforce some laws, but they're always going to find a loophole. And that's what Chief Wesley has shared, is the post office. Because people are starting to know that post office is the Canada Post is off limits, and that's where they're shipping their drugs. I know there needs to be more work, needs to be done, and hopefully that we can get the support from other First Nations here, chiefs, and because this can also help you and all of us. Maybe this can go also national too, because there's a lot of First Nations that live in remote areas. So that's all I know. I want to speak to that. Thank you.
Chief Nagoji for the comments. So we've heard from the mover and the seconder. Any more discussion on the resolution before you? Comments, question, thank you. Question's been called, but I'll give it 3 times. Any more discussion? Last call, any more discussion? Oh, microphone number 4 and then microphone number 3.
Yeah, my name is Rodney Howe. I'm proxy for Poplar Hill First Nation. Just got an email from the deputy chief. He was wondering, I know that this resolution is talking solely about illegal drugs. They're also having an issue with alcohol coming through the mail. Can this be added, or is that a separate thing? They're also wanting to include yeast because they use yeast for homebrew. I see some of my co-chiefs laughing about that. They have taken a step further in their First Nation, and they control the sale of ketchup and sugar in the First Nation. If you want sugar or ketchup, you got to come to the band office. They don't sell it in the First Nation stores. And they are trying to address the addictions to alcohol and homebrew. So my question is that a separate topic? I know we're talking solely about illicit drugs. So on behalf of Poplar Hill, I'm asking that we include alcohol. I don't know if we can include yeast because I love eating bread. So thank you.
Which proxy how? So I'm going to look to the mover and seconder. I think what you're asking is if you would consider adding, for example, alcohol, yeast, even other things, and I can think of other things. And it's not my place as chair. I can't speak to the wording of the resolution, but I'm going to stick my neck out because I know there's no technician working on it. The reason this might be doable is because you're talking about illegal substances under the Criminal Code of Canada. And that would be much easier than things, for example, alcohol, yeast, or other things that you can create. So it might complicate the resolution. So the better option might be to have another resolution to base it on those. But again, it's not my place. But mover and seconder, Chief Wesley, the request is there whether or not to include it. The other option is that may be another resolution. Following that, I'll go to microphone 3 and then back to microphone 4.
Thank you. I don't have a problem with the amendment, as long as it doesn't get long as we don't bog down the resolution. I like the comment about the legal contraband, if you will. It would be more specific, but I'm okay with the amendment, including alcohol, yeast, and what is the other one?
Okay, Migach. So what I'm going to do.
Oh, and secondary said he's okay with it as well.
Seconder is okay with it as well. Okay. Seconder, can I just get a thumbs up, Chief Nagoji, that you would be okay with that? Chief Nagoji?
Yeah, I'm here. That's good.
You're good with it? Okay, Migach. It's not that I don't believe you, Chief Wesley, but it's for the record. I just wanted to hear. Thank you. Okay, so What I'm going to do, though, is I'm going to ask legal on the resolutions team just to give that some consideration, and I cannot have the resolutions team is in a different room. Oh, there she is, right here. Okay. I thought you were up in a different room. I'm just going to recess just for a few seconds.
I'm sorry, I think there's going to be difficulty. Oh, sorry, I'm Krista Yam with Najuan Law Office. I'm legal counsel for the resolutions team. And adding alcohol to this resolution would be challenging for an enforcement because you can screen for illegal things. You can't ask to screen for legal things, and alcohol is legal. So that would kind of weaken the resolution because it would be asking for something that they can't do. So I would just suggest that if you want to have some kind of remedy in terms of screening for alcohol, that it be separate so it doesn't weaken the screening for illegal things.
So looking to the mover and Proxy Howe, who brought forward the proposed change. The response, the response from legal, the lawyer on the resolutions team, is that it I'm paraphrasing here, that it may bog down the process because there is a difference between what's considered legal and illegal under the Canadian laws. Yeah.
All right, thank you for that clarification. Having said that, I guess I would just go with legal drugs. So I wouldn't support the alcohol portion and the yeast and the other items that were mentioned because we in our community, the members can go to the store and pick up bacon products, including yeast. So by including them in this resolution, that would take away from them as well. And I'd have a lot of, okay, I'll leave it at that.
Okay,
Because
Miigwech. And we're not doing this in a confrontational way. I think there is full support for that concept. Proxy Howe, I know you're standing at the microphone. We're still on this issue. Microphone number 4.
I'm okay with the yeast because I love bread. I think there's a way the First Nation can control that. My concern is this. I worked in child and family service for years, and we were told by one of my communities, you cannot encourage our families to go ahead and drink 1 or 2 beers per day because we are a dry reserve. So that's my question to the legal people. If we are a dry reserve, why are we saying that we can go ahead and allow alcohol in our communities?
So I think Krista is in the back. So I have this struggle because I have a legal opinion and I cannot give you my legal opinion. So, but what I will say is look to C.
Yes, C says ensure the consistent and reliable enforcement of First Nation laws and bylaws to supplement the screening of mail. So, I mean, yes, it's illegal for communities that have bylaws that make it illegal. So perhaps what we could do is change it so that First Nation for illegal drugs and alcohol for First Nations with laws, alcohol related laws. Oh, no.
Okay, so what I'm wondering.
Just on that, I don't know, Chief Wesley, is that the LCBO or the Liquor Control Board or the beer store, is that what's they are the ones mailing to your community? Or is it bootleggers from the south mailing into community? The reason why I ask is because under the regulations for the Ontario Liquor Control Board, if you pass a band council resolution saying that the Liquor Control Board of Ontario cannot sell alcohol into your community, they will not sell alcohol into your community. So it's only a new initiative where you could actually buy alcohol by mail and they mail it to your house. I mean, this was part of the pandemic fallout, is that now you can buy liquor through the mail to your house. You can pass a band council resolution addressed to the Liquor Control Board of Ontario saying, do not sell alcohol into this community under this postal code, and they won't sell it to them. So that's why I asked the important element, is it bootleggers from the south selling alcohol, or is it the LCBO, or not, well, it's not the LCBO and the Liquor Control Board of Ontario? Just wanted to put that out there.
Was that Chief Nakaji?
Yeah, I'll answer. I'll answer.
Okay, go ahead.
It's not the alcohol. It's really the illegal drugs that are being shipped by other people, shipping, mailing it to each other. If I'm answering him correctly, Chief correctly.
Okay, Miigwech, I think there's a bit of a question there. I was just looking to Krista, who's doing the proposed amendment. So it actually is not the mover and seconder that we're talking about the alcohol. They were talking about the drugs. But there is a proposal on the floor, a request for a friendly amendment. So this is what it would read. This might cover it. So it says, of all mail entering the First Nation for illegal drugs and for alcohol in communities with alcohol-related laws. Would that do it? Yeah, that would do it for Proxy Howe. Mover, Chief Wesley, you're okay with that? Seconder, are you okay with it? Chief Nakaji?
Yeah, I get that.
Okay, Miigwech. So mover and seconder are good with it. We will include that as a friendly amendment. Microphone 3.
Ani, skwadnegek dijakas, magandodem, yema wikom kong. Timamanika, Chief of Wakamakan Cedar Territory. Yeah, I support this resolution that's being tabled today. One of the things, though, I would like to look at is how is this going to get funded? Like, is a federal responsibility providing the mail service to our First Nation communities and all over in every household? Is there anything to identify where those funds will be derived from? Because I wouldn't want our First Nations who are getting impacted by this to cover those costs. So is that something that we could be looking at of where that funding could come from? But also moving forward, we could put all of these measures in place. I know us as chiefs across the country have been having issues with substance abuse, not only in our First Nation communities, but globally. So one of the things to consider moving forward is looking at how us chiefs across the country look at the judicial system. Because when we are working towards protecting our First Nation communities, we understand that the recidivism that is happening in our First Nation communities, where the individuals who are involved with organized crime or substance abuse continue to reoffend, and it's the judicial system which is allowing these individuals to come back into the communities to do the same things over and over again. So I believe that would be another thing to consider for us chiefs moving forward, is how do we address this with the federal government and the province on how they change their judicial practices and how they support our communities. Because we put all these BCRs in place, we put all these recommendations in place, we are supported by our communities, but it's the judicial system that continues to allow those others to come back into our First Nations to do the same things over and over again. So I just want to make some of those commentaries on that. And I think that would be something we have to really look at moving forward, is to really put the pressure on the federal and provincial government and changing those laws. But one of my main questions is, where would this funding be coming from? And I just don't want our First Nations to be incurring those costs. Miigwech. But I support that.
Miigwech, Ugama, if you can stand by. So there is some text there based on what you're saying. Now, when you read the resolution, basically what it's saying is change the law to allow First Nations that want to screen all mail coming in to be able to screen the mail coming in. Mover, is that correct? It did not talk about funding, so the assumption would have been that any First Nation that wanted to do that, it would be up to them to do that. So this resolution, it does not mandate other First Nations to do that. So for example, it wouldn't give you the mandate that you have to do it and then you're stuck paying the bill. So it's for those First Nations that want to do it, and the presumption then is that they're responsible. But we'd have this under section D that would now read, provide the support, and so you're calling on Government of Canada, provide the support, provide the support and funding required for the screening of mail for drugs and alcohol where duly authorized by First Nation law. So this is calling on the government to provide the financial support. Would you like, that's what you're asking for? Mover, are you okay with that? It's already there? That was already there?
It was already there? Yeah, perfect.
Okay, that was already there.
Okay.
I read it 3 times then. Okay, so we're good with it. Thank you, Miigwech. Chief Bell, microphone 4.
Yeah, good afternoon, Chief Karen Bell, Ketagonzib, Garden River. I, as everybody else here, is struggling with this issue in every of our communities. Recently, I just lost a very young male individual because of an illegal drug substance. But my question is, and now that we have a legal sitting in the room, is there potential for an HR human rights complaint when we're speaking about therefore be resolved number A to authorize screening of all male entering the First Nation? Because I'd be more comfortable with suspected drugs under the Controlled Drugs and Substance Act or something to that effect, not all male, because now we're giving the First Nations authority to screen every single piece of mail that comes in to the community. So I want to be able to be assured that we're not doing things any incorrectly so I can make an informed decision. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Chief Bell.
Two caveats. One, not my resolution, so I didn't draft it, or do the research for it. And this would be a criminal law charter type of question, which also not my area of expertise. But if the Canada Post Corporation Act is the thing that authorizes that to happen, then it would be Canada Post that has to justify it. So it wouldn't be the First Nations being exposed to that type of legal exposure on screening. It would be the legislation that would be attacked for allowing that. That makes sense, if that gives you any comfort in it. But yeah, that's and it is still, it would be subject to the Canada Post Corporation Act that would do it, and then it would be the First Nation laws that permit it within a community.
Well, maybe then what I would do to be more comfortable with approving this is to authorize screening of all suspected male entering the First Nation for illegal drugs.
So the recommendation is to amend the resolution, and I am talking slow to allow that opportunity. So the change would be, it's up on the screen, the authority of each First Nation to authorize screening of all suspected male entering the First Nation for illegal drugs, etc. Chief Wesley, are you okay with that? So instead of authorizing the screening of all male, it would be to authorize the screening of all suspected male. So rather than being a blanket approach to screen all male, it would be all suspected male. And I know Krista and I do not practice criminal law, but then there's a question of what is the threshold for suspected? That becomes a question. Chief Wesley.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. That would be my question as well. How does suspected get defined? And now, in my opinion, now we're starting to water down the resolution. And respectfully, I just let's do this. It's not until you do something, then you find out what's wrong with it. Now, if we don't do this, our people will continue to die. Our young people will continue to die. And that's our future. In the meantime, we're tripping over words, buzzwords. I think we need to move on this. If it works, it works. If it doesn't work, we fix it and we move forward. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Chief Wesley. So I just want to clarify, Chief Wesley, are you okay with that proposed change? No? I was going to go to Chief Nakoji. I mean, the other thing we could do is go ahead and have it as an unfriendly amendment, but I think the recommendation is to leave it as it is. Okay, we'll go online and then we'll go to mic 1 and then we'll go back to mic 3. So online, Chief Archie Wabas.
Miigwech, Chairman. Regarding this resolution, I support the resolution the way it was written before. Because when you go traveling on an airline, like a big airline, you go through a screening process, right? You go through a screening process. And also your luggage that went on a carousel or went through a screening process. Nobody complains about that, eh? So why should people complain about their mail is being screened? Their mail is being screened. Like if we had a machine to screen all incoming mail, we could do that. We could do that. And the Indian Reserve, I was always told that in the past that that's the almost like a last place where we can exercise our inherent right and jurisdiction, enforce our laws here inside the reserve. So whatever laws we bring in, going to be losing your right. You're losing your rights, eh? So as a chief and council here, we want to enforce our bylaws. One of my legs is a dry reserve. Dry reserve, therefore, I have to enforce that. That's the will of the people. So in every way that we can, we will try to intercept or seize these incoming illegal substances that are really impacting our people, the families and the children. So we need to do something. We need to look into a Canada Post Corporation Act. If there's a way that they could help us, to screen the illegal drugs that are coming into our community. So I really support the resolution. In terms of the point of entries of illegal drugs coming in, that's another discussion. That would be another discussion for the other day, for another time. Yeah? So I believe there's on the agenda we're going to be talking about enforcing First Nation bylaws. So it's related to this. I think we should. I think we should call for question and vote on it. All right, thank you.
Miigwech. So there's been a call for question, but I have to go through due process. Chief, you're okay? So was there anybody else other than the two at the microphones? Anybody else? So if not, I'm going to close it after microphone 1 and microphone 4, and we'll vote on the resolution. Mic 1.
Chief Wilfred King, Kiaslog, Anishinaabe, Gulby First Nation. I support the resolution in principle. I think it's needed for sure, but I guess I have a couple of questions in terms of the authorization of suspected mail. That's kind of arbitrary from my perspective, like whose mail gets selected and so forth. I know that We talked about CBSA, when you're going through airport security, they cannot seize narcotics when you're going through the bringing your carry-ons, but they could seize something that may pose another danger. We're also looking at probably some charter challenges and violations as well under the criminal code. So my question is, it's very arbitrarily, and the question is, it's probably invasion of some people's privacy as well. But I support it in principle. But I'm just trying to, how do we wrestle with this idea of combating illicit drugs coming into the community via mail? And most of the time, whether you go through the airport or not, there's either a scan or they have dog sniffing dogs that can detect drugs. So that's how they say, okay, we suspect this bag might be carrying drugs because the dog had sniffed it out, and there's reasonable and probable grounds to search that bag, or something that is scanned that there's an anomaly in that scan. But are we going to have scanners in every community and dogs that can sniff drugs out? I got a bunch of res dogs, but I don't think they could sniff drugs. So, Miigwech.
I wonder what they sniff. Oh, my Nocum is giving me an elbow. Microphone 4, and then we'll go to the vote. Yeah.
Okay, bonjour, Chief Kuzis from Niskandaga First Nation. I support this resolution because we've been seeing international shipment coming up north. It's not getting any easier, and we need to stand up. We need to stand up. It's our sovereignty. We need to stand up as a government. We are all elected in here, and we're all working for people. Be safe. It's been done with the other province already. I've been reaching out to Manitoba. They sat down with Canada Post. Where is this? Where is this security? Where is the safety of it? We need to stand strong on this. So I support it. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Chief Kazis. So there's been good debate, good discussion on it. Some of the challenges or things that need to be thought through. But at this point, I'm going to call for question and ask for a vote. So the resolution is before you as amended. Any opposition to the resolution? Any opposition? Last call. I'm looking on the screen as well. Any opposition? I see none. Any abstentions? Any abstentions? So we do have one abstention. We can either just note that there was an abstention, or would you like your First Nation noted for the record? Okay. So we see that resolutions team. So it's Garden River, Chief Bell, one abstention. I don't see any online. Last call, abstentions. I don't see any more. All in favor, raise your hand. All in favor. Okay, Miigwech, thank you. So the resolution is carried as amended. So I'm going to do 2 more resolutions, and then I'll hand it over to Vera. We'll do as many as we can until 4 o'clock. What time is it now? I think we've got some time. So next resolution up on the screen, please. Resolution 2604. It will be put up on the screen. It's titled Support for Bill S-228, an act to amend the criminal code sterilization procedures. Moved by Chief Linda McVicker and seconded by Chief June Black, who I know were here. Chief Linda McVicker. Oh, there you are. Thank you. And Chief June Black was here as well. I saw her. Oh, there you are. I might as well approach the microphone. So the resolution reads, and I'm going to go down to therefore be it resolved. Therefore be it resolved that we, the chiefs in assembly, one, support Bill S 228, an act to amend the criminal code sterilization procedures. Two, call on all Ontario regional members of parliament to support Bill S 228 as it comes to a vote in the House of Commons. Three, call on Canada to end forced and coerced sterilization of First Nation women in Canada and pay reparations for those who have been sterilized. Four, call on Canada to acknowledge sterilization as an act of genocide against Indigenous women in Canada. Mover, microphone 4.
Okay, miigwech. Si Gwen Digikas Musdo Dem and MK Washing Donji, Chief Linda McVicker and MK Washing. Because the bill passed unanimously on June 8th in the House of Commons, we're going to have to ask for some amendments. It also received royal assent yesterday. So the amendments we would request are to delete paragraph 2 in the therefore be it resolved. And on paragraph 7, so that, yeah, take out paragraph 2 in the therefore be it resolved. Yeah. Right there. Yeah, take that one out. And then a little bit earlier, paragraph 7, to delete the sentence that the bill has now moved to the House of Commons and is awaiting a vote by members of Parliament. So take that out and replace it with on June 8th, 2026, the House of Commons passed Bill S 228 unanimously. And so we're still in support that it was that it be that occurred, of course. And what we think that it's an important step towards preventing the violations that have occurred in the past from occurring in the future. And while it has now passed, it recognizes that additional action is still required. We call on Canada to recognize the harm caused, to provide reparations to survivors, and to acknowledge forced and coerced sterilization as an act of genocide against Indigenous people. And I'd just like to take a small moment to commend the work of the Survivors Circle for the reproductive justice in this effort and with their ongoing efforts for reproductive justice. Miigwech.
Miigwech. Chief Black, you're okay with the change? Okay, so I'll just do that first and then I'll call on you. So the change would be to remove number 2 in therefore be it resolved. And then I'll read it into the record, number 7 under whereas. So it would now say and move to pass the bill period on June 8, 2026. The House of Commons passed Bill S 228 unanimously. So that's the change. So that's the resolution that we will be voting on. Chief Black. Microphone number 4.
Okay. Yes, I support this resolution. I second this one. Chief Black, Abitibi Anishinaabe Nation. This is really, really a difficult one to fathom that this actually occurred in our country. And, this is, again, genocide and unacceptable, of course. But, they think that it's, just because they've passed it, that, it's all said and done. Well, it isn't all said and done. There was extreme harm done here. Extreme harm to our women. And that, again, was just racism against our women, discrimination against our women, which was so rampant at the time that they started this. And it was such a patriarchal society then. And the harms that they've caused. What is going to come of that? Is there going to be support for the families that were impacted by this sterilization of our women, our grandmothers, our matriarchs? How many of those children were going to be chiefs or matriarchs with special gifts for our communities? We don't have the answers to that, but it certainly does. We certainly should be thinking about that. So we need support for those families, and we can never ever forget that. I mean, this is shameful. This is shameful practice against our Indigenous women. And we must never ever forget that. So my question, of course, is going to be like, how are we going to support these women now and the families? And because there's intergenerational impact. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Chief Black. I know there's a little discussion probably regarding the text of the resolution. Chief Hill, microphone 4.
Yep. Good afternoon, elected Chief Sherry Lynn Hill from Six Nations. I just have two friendly amendments. Number 3, after sterilized, if we can put recognizing the detrimental impacts on one's physical, mental, and emotional health. And if we can, on number 4, scratch out Indigenous and put First Nations.
Miigwech. So up on the screen, it'll be underlined in green. I would now read and pay reparations for those who have been sterilized, comma, recognizing the detrimental impacts on, sorry. Thank you. We'll just get that up on the screen. Recognizing the detrimental impacts on one's physical, mental, and emotional health. And then the other change was under paragraph 3 now, I guess it would be, changing the word Indigenous to First Nations. So it would be call on Canada to acknowledge sterilization as an act of genocide against First Nations women in Canada. Mover, I know you're here somewhere. Oh, there you are. You're okay? Chief Black, seconder. Oh, there you are. You're good? Okay. Miigwech. Miigwech. So that is the resolution before you. Any more comments, discussion? Any more comments? Questions been called? Last call. Any more comments? None. Resolution is before you. Any abstentions? Any abstentions? Any abstentions? I see none. Any opposition? Any opposition? Any opposition? I see none. With that, resolution is carried. Miigwech. Thank you. Next resolution up on the screen, please. Resolution number 2605. And it is moved by Chief Ardon Miracle, who was here. Chief Miracle, are you, there you are. Seconder is Chief Dean Counselor. Chief Dean Counselor. Proxy, no, sorry, Chief Dean Counselor. Oh, they're right here. Thank you. You can approach the microphone. It is titled Renewing Support for the Ontario Native Welfare Administrators Association, ONWA, to provide services for Ontario First Nations. We'll scroll down to therefore be it resolved. It reads, therefore be it resolved that we, the Chiefs in Assembly, 1, support ONWA as the preferred delivery body for all provincial and federal training initiatives intended to enhance First Nations social services design, delivery, and reform in Ontario, and call upon the Government of Canada and the Province of Ontario to ensure such initiatives are provided through ONWA unless a First Nation chooses to pursue its own training initiatives independently. Number two, urge First Nation social services administrators to attend ONWA Board of Directors meetings, assemblies, and/or internal association working groups, which are designed to increase the effectiveness of First Nation social service program design, delivery, and reform as required. Number three, encourage First Nation social service administrators to participate in and/or collaborate with ONWA on research and policy development projects intended to enhance First Nations social services design, delivery, and reform, unless a First Nation chooses to pursue their own research and policy development initiatives. Mover and seconder, if you wish to speak to the resolution. Chief Miracle is making his way up to microphone number 4, and then we will have the seconder, and then open it up. Chief Miracle.
The Ontario Native Welfare Administrators Association has been in existence now for quite a while, and they've been doing a lot of the work that's being talked about in the resolution. I think they do a fairly good job, and so they would be just simply be the preferred delivery body for training and initiatives with the goal to enhance First Nation social services, the design and delivery and reform initiatives in Ontario. And it's for First Nations who want to be part of it. If you want to have some other sort of mechanism to deal with that, that's fine too. And so I'd ask the chiefs to support this resolution. Thank you.
Miigwech. Seconder, Chief Counselor. Microphone 4.
Kabuju, Igamagi Jeknigu, Jeshknotem, Nigachanong Nunji, Dean Counselor, Nakachuan First Nation. So for me, I totally support the resolution here presented today. So as a former Ontario Works worker, social administrator, I do support this. So for me, the need for ONWA will always be there. It is important for Indigenous clients to have representation, advocacy, support from ONWA staff who look at each client through an Indigenous lens. This allows clients to ensure that their needs, situation, responses to events are appropriately considered and addressed. It is also helpful to have the perspective when connecting for training sessions in communities. What options are best suited to support clients to transition towards employment options?
Miigwech. So I'll open it up now. I see online Chief Archie Wabas. Go ahead. Chief Wabas.
Hello. The first, therefore be resolved says support ONWA as a preferred delivery body for all provincial and federal training initiatives. Oh, okay. And it expands by saying intended to enhance First Nation social services program. In our area, we have Lookout area Aboriginal Management Board that delivers some training programs. Are we saying that ONWA will take that over? Or can I get a clarification on that statement? All right, thank you.
Chief Miracle.
At the end of item number 1, it says, unless a First Nation chooses to pursue its own training initiatives independently. So the answer is no. It's not. If another First Nations wants to do that through a different mechanism, that's quite all right also.
Thank you. So it would be up to each First Nation. And if they choose to have it done independently, for example, through SLIFNA that you mentioned, not SLIFNA, SLAM, Chief Wabas. I think that's the
You
response.
know, I would prefer all ONWA provincial and federal training initiatives. You know, support ONWA as preferred training, a preferred delivery body for all ONWA provincial and federal training initiatives. It's just specifically dealing with ONWA training initiatives. So this implies to me that, okay, I'm going to be releasing all of the training programs funded by provincial and federal to ONWA. And they get all that training dollars and everything, including SLAM. Is that how it is? Like, I just need to understand that. Like, all provincial and federal training initiatives, it makes me nervous. All right, thank you.
Chief Wabas, I think I get your concern now. I didn't get it the first time. I think what you're saying is that there are actually other organizations, area Aboriginal management boards, for example, that provide training for First Nations, and that this would not take that away. My understanding is the resolution, so you're asking for some clarity to make sure that this resolution is not talking about all training. It's only dealing with training, dealing with social service delivery. Chief Miracle.
Perhaps we take out the word all and just leave it for. Take all social.
So we would get rid of the word all, and then it would say support ONWA as the preferred delivery body for provincial and federal training initiatives intended to enhance First Nation social services design, delivery, and reform.
Social training initiative.
Okay, I think that'll do it from what I'm hearing. So the addition would be
Split pace, 15 minutes, 30 seconds per kilometer.
where are we going? Yeah. Chief Counselor, can you say it again just for the resolutions team?
Okay, I think it was support ONWA as the preferred delivery body for all social, provincial, and federal training initiatives.
They're taking it all
Right.
to satisfy the concern there stated there anyway, but
Right.
they take out the word all.
Okay.
We're good with that.
So it's going up on the screen there. Chief Miracle and Chief Counselor. I think it's social assistance training. Chief Counselor, can you say it again just for the resolutions team?
If I remember. Preferred delivery body for all, well, all is taken out with social, provincial, and federal training initiatives. Did you get that? Social training initiatives?
I think what I heard was
Oh, wait a minute,
for
sorry,
all
but-
social services training initiatives.
Right.
So this would now say, support ONWA as the preferred delivery body for provincial and federal social assistance training initiatives intended to enhance, et cetera.
Correct.
That's what you're looking for? Okay. Chief Abbas, does that do it? This does not infringe. You referenced SLAM. This is just the training initiatives that currently train the social assistance workers, departments.
Yeah, that sounds even better.
Oh, okay, that's good. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Any more comments, questions? Second call. Any more comments? Last call.
Mr. Speaker, there's also research and policy development initiatives. So it's not just training, it's research and policy development initiatives as well. So that would stay in there.
Very good. Yeah, that'll stay in there. It's just the addition of 2 words. Okay, I don't see any more questions. So with that, the resolution is before you as amended. Any opposition? Any opposition? Last call. Any opposition? None online either. Any abstentions? Any abstentions? Abstentions, I see none. So with that, resolution is carried. So thank you, Miigwech. I'll turn it over to Vera for the next few resolutions. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Resolution 2606A. It's the establishment of Ontario First Nations Early Learning and Childcare Association. It's moved by Chief Todd Cornelius, and the seconder is Chief Frank Cooper. Chief Cornelius, Chief Cooper? Okay. And the number of whereases there?
We do have a seconder. Frank Cooper's not here. Chief Muskokaman.
All right, thank you. So Chief Muskokaman is the seconder for this resolution. A number of whereases, and going to therefore be it resolved that we, the chiefs in assembly, advocate for the 1995 Indian Welfare Association renegotiation with expanded services and program funding for First Nation early learning and childcare, including those licensed and unlicensed, utilizing this resolution and COO Resolution 2014 to strengthen, advocate, and negotiations for IELCC overall in the 1965 IWA. Support the development of Ontario First Nations Early Learning and Childcare Association to advance best practices and advocacy. This association is for anyone working with children aged 0 to 12. This can include and is not limited to on-reserve, off-reserve, licensed, unlicensed, early on, healthy babies, healthy children, Aboriginal Head Start, child and family programs, childcare, daycare, students entering the field, and Indigenous-led organizations offering related education and training. Direct the Chiefs Committee on Social Services to provide direction and identify and secure funding for developing and maintaining the association, either through direct funding marked out in the 1965 IWA renegotiations and/or funding from the provincial government. Ensure that funding secured for the operationalization of the association is sourced from new or dedicated funding and does not draw from any currently existing program funding or funding source. Call on the Sioux social sector to form a startup working development group for the association, starting with representation and recommendations from the COO ELCC regional table, provincial territorial associations, unaffiliated First Nations, Northern and remote First Nations, and those in the IELCC sector, and that the startup working development group, A, self-develop a terms of reference, second, B, set up governance, and C, coordinate logistics, and fourth, gain input from the entire IELCC workforce, including those previously unheard from. Direct the Chiefs Committee on Social Services to report back to the Chiefs in Assembly at the next annual Chiefs Assembly on progress towards developing and maintaining the association. That is the resolution, therefore. Would the mover like to speak to the resolution?
Thank you, Chair. We do have a friendly amendment in regards to number 1 to remove advocate for and add inclusive to the 1965. That's the friendly amendment there. Other than that, Skolis Kogigo, Taraslo Hani got Sogwali Navigate Loda under the Alkan and Wajuk. Chief Todd Kinnear from United Nation of the Thames. I am pleased to move this resolution 2606A, establishment of an Ontario First Nations Early Child Learning and Child Care Association. To date, the province of Ontario has only provided funding for the formation of continued support of mainstream and several priority francophone associations for licensed early childhood education in Ontario. We're starting to move this as it's been passed in 2018. It's been passed through the government, so we're just picking it up and moving it again. I'm happy to move this resolution.
Thank you. Any seconder? Chief Muskokoman?
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. Yes, I'm proud to second this resolution. This provides a organized way of early learners and child care workers to become a part of the discussion around the renewal of the 1965 welfare agreement where they currently have no voice. And we support that very much, that there should be frontline workers providing their insight and their knowledge to a set of negotiations that will be critical for early childhood development. Miigwech.
Miigwech. Is there any comments, questions, clarification on the resolution? Is there any comments, questions, clarification on the resolution? Is there any comments, questions, clarification on the resolution? Been moved and seconded. Online, we have Chief Wabus.
Hi, thank you, Madam Chair. We're talking about the renegotiation process, and we want to expand the services and programs, which is early childhood, and also we want to have establish association. Many of our First Nations up north, especially, don't have daycare or childcare center, but Wanaman Lake has a childcare center, and other First Nations don't have a licensed daycare center. And I was just wondering about this. If we establish the association and they're talking to these First Nations that don't have the facilities such as daycare licensed facility, and are they the ones that's going to advocate for funding for daycare centers? Just want to get a clear understanding of what the association's role would be. All right, thank you.
Chief Cornelius, the mover of the resolution.
I do have a background in regards to November 2010, Chiefs in Assembly supported the formation of a network structured in Chiefs of Ontario Resolution 1016, First Nations Child and Care Advisory Committee. The mandate is for a resolution that has expired. A First Nations-led association is necessary to address the specific needs of First Nations communities and support the holistic needs of children and families. The same resolution was called in 1965 Indian Welfare Agreement, while reformed by the ELCC advocacy.
We need to fix that? Oh, yes, we do. Okay, can we? Chief Wabus, are you okay with that clarification?
Generally, I understand the intent and purpose of the association. It's going to advocate the needs of our First Nations. That would include the daycare centers. All right, thank you.
Miigwech. Okay.
It's either, the grammar's off.
So my techie tells me that the grammar is off in terms of the first, therefore be it resolved. Advocate for the,
Advocate to include,
advocate to include,
yeah, the 1965 Indian Welfare Agreement renegotiation.
Yeah.
Still doesn't work, right?
That's good.
There's something about the inclusive.
Is that good there, Chief Muskokoman? Very good.
You're good with that? Doesn't make sense. The inclusion of?
advocate for the inclusion of the 1965 IWA renegotiations.
Okay, yeah,
So you got that?
yeah. Got it. It didn't.
You're okay with that, mover, seconder?
Yes, it's better. It didn't make sense.
Makes sense now?
Makes sense now.
Thank you. So with that, make senses. We have a resolution. It's moved and seconded. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any other comments, clarifications? Resolution, it's been moved and seconded. The resolution has been moved and seconded. The resolution has been moved and seconded. Questions called. Thank you. My late friend will be so pleased with you. Is there any opposed to the resolution? Anyone opposed to the resolution? Anyone opposed to the resolution? Is anybody abstaining from the resolution? Is there any abstentions? Is there any abstentions? None in the room, none on the Zoom platform. The resolution is carried. Miigwech. Resolution 2607A, and it's the support for meaningful consultation and First Nation partnership in the proposed Hamilton-Oshawa Port Authority, HOPA, Sault Ste. Marie Trade Corridor, and Port Development. It's the mover for the resolution, Chief Karen Bell. Seconder is Chief Mark McCoy. A number of whereases. And second page, therefore be it resolved that we, the Chiefs in Assembly, support Garden River First Nation and Batchewana First Nation in their calls for meaningful consultation, transparency, environmental stewardship, and direct participation in all discussions related to the proposed HOPA Sault Ste. Marie Trade Corridor and Port Development Project. Call upon the City of Sault Ste. Marie, HOPA ports, provincial agencies, and the Government of Canada to formally recognize Garden River First Nation and Batchewana First Nations as rights holders and full partners in all planning, consultation, environmental assessment, governance, and economic discussions related to the proposed project. 3, direct the Chiefs of Ontario to monitor developments related to the proposed project and advocate alongside Garden River First Nation and Batchewana First Nation to ensure that meaningful consultation obligations are upheld and that the nations are provided equitable opportunities to participate in decision-making processes and potential economic partnerships arising from the project. Call for comprehensive environmental assessments, water protection measures, and culturally informed impact studies to be conducted in collaboration with Garden River First Nation and Batchewana First Nation prior to any approvals or construction activities associated with the proposed development. 5, affirm that any future economic development occurring within the traditional territories of First Nations must respect First Nations rights, treaty relationships, environmental stewardship responsibilities, and the principle of free, prior, and informed consent. Would the mover and/or seconder like to speak to the resolution? Chief Bell, mic 4.
Miigwech. So before I move on this or speak on it, I'm just asking for an amendment to the number 4, which says, while Garden River First Nation and Batchewana First Nation recognize the potential economic opportunities associated with, I'd like to add regional, international, and global infrastructure. So with that, I'd like to say, miigwech.
Just wait, Chipa. Whereabouts?
On the whereas number 4. So, put associated with regional, international, and global infrastructure. All right, thank you. So we're good? Okay, so I just want to recognize the chiefs, the elders, the youth, the delegates, the Chiefs of Ontario staff, and acknowledge the staff in the Eagle and all of the flags that are here today. I want to speak on this resolution for support of meaningful consultation for First Nation partnership in the Hamilton Ottawa Port Authority Sault Ste. Marie Trade Corridor and the Port Development Project that is currently in the works. I'd like to acknowledge and thank Chief McCoy for seconding this resolution. And this issue affects both of our nations, whose territories, rights, and interests are directly connected to the land and waters surrounding that proposed site. I am aware that the mission of Canada is to focus on diversifying trade relationships and attracting investments. And I also know that the Canada Budget 2025 has provided funding to support federal investments in the $5 billion range for trade diversification corridors fund, and also $1 billion in the Arctic Infrastructure Fund. The Hamilton Ottawa Port Authority, commonly known as HOPA, along with the City of Sault Ste. Marie, is exploring the development of a trade corridor and port expansion project in the City of Sault Ste. Marie. And this project is being focused as a major economic development opportunity. However, is being proposed within the traditional territories of Garden River and Batchewana First Nations. As right holders, we believe we should be partners in these discussions from the beginning, not after key decisions have already been made. Over the past several months, both our First Nations have participated in meetings with HOPA and the municipal representatives. While those discussions have been helpful, we have consistently stated that these are not meaningful and they do not constitute consultation. Consultation to us requires information, it requires transparency, requires the opportunity to influence decisions before they're being made. To date, neither Garden River or Batchewana have received the full project documentation, the feasibility study, the business analysis, environmental information, or any other reports necessary to properly assess the project and its impacts. At the same time, discussions about the future continue to advance. That is why we're bringing the resolution today. We have serious questions about potential impacts on our waters, our fisheries, our wildlife, our habitats, wetlands, and environmentally sensitive areas connected to Lake Superior and the St. Mary River system. These waters have sustained our people for generations. This is a place that's commonly known as Bawating. They are not simply economic assets. They are part of our identity, our culture, and our responsibilities as Anishinaabe people. This resolution is asking the Chiefs of Ontario to support the principle that economic reconciliation requires more than engagement sessions and information meetings. Economic reconciliation means partnership. It means sharing decision-making. It means being recognized as First Nation, as governments and rights holders whose voices help shape future projects within our territories. Through this resolution, Garden River and Batchewana are asking the Chiefs of Ontario and the ORC to advocate for full disclosure of all the project information, the studies, the reports, and any analysis, meaningful consultation before major decisions are being made, inclusion of Garden River and Batchewana at project planning and decision-making tables, participation in environmental assessment and impact review processes, recognition of First Nations as economic partners, not stakeholders, a development process grounded in treaty rights, environmental stewardship, and economic reconciliation. This is ultimately about respect. Respect for our rights, respect for our territories, respect for our role as governments, and respect for the principle that no major development project should be moving forward in our territories without meaningful involvement. I can say that the business case is to be sent in June 22nd, and the mayor of the municipality of Sault Ste. Marie has been to my nation asking for a support letter. We have not signed that letter. We don't like the language of the letter, and we still call upon HOPA to consider us as partners, not checking a box saying that they've consulted us. And though they have come to the nation probably maybe 4 times in total, they're still not understanding that we want a space at the table. We want to sit on that board. We want to have partnership and relationships with our southern neighbor, Sioux Tribe of Indians in Michigan, because we're on an international border waterway, and it's going to affect us once they start dredging that water. Miigwech.
Good afternoon, Chief Mark McCoy, Batchewana First Nation. I second this motion. Say miigwech to Chief Bell. She pretty much hit all the notes that I was going to hit. We have a common theme here today, and it seems to be we're an afterthought. We're a checkbox, like Chief Bell said, and we should be through meaningful consultation be at those tables. We hear that we're these projects are coming to our territories, doing business within our territories, and we're getting crumbs, and it's unacceptable. This has to change. So that's why I'm supporting this resolution. Miigwech.
Miigwech. Is there any comments, clarification on the resolution? Any comments, questions, clarification on the resolution? Any comments, questions, clarification on the resolution? Question has been called. All of those opposed to the resolution? Anyone opposed to the resolution? Anyone opposed to the resolution? Any abstentions to the resolution? Any abstentions to the resolution? Any abstentions to the resolution? And none online. Resolution is carried. Miigwech, miigwech.
Madam Chair, this is Chief Archie.
Oh, Chief Wabus, yes, sorry.
Yeah, I wanted to make a comment before the vote. What I wanted to say was we just heard the major projects office presentation, and I was really trying to understand what they're presenting. And this is exactly what's happening with that office, or with the major projects of Canada. They have a listing of decisions. Okay, what they said was permit has to take place. Permitting. After permitting, there's consultation. After consultation, there's an agency. After agency, there are these coherent conditions, and they decide. And next to it was there were like 5 points on their proposed changes for for regulatory efficiencies. Number 3 was the highlight: enable one federal decision on impact assessments and permits. So this is why this resolution rises. It's because of the way they are operating. They're not going to allow First Nations to come in and say, okay, we're going to talk about the permitting process. Okay, we have this pipeline going this way, or whatever project going that way, and we're going to need your decisions too. No, that's not what they're going to do. What they're saying here in their presentation is they're going to permit, they're going to allow the project to go, and after that, after they made a plan and everything, they're going to come and say, okay, we're going to have this project. That's what they said. That's what they said, and they even told us that they're going to enable one federal decision. Whereas First Nations, the presentation was there, like they told us that this is what they're going to do. And in opposition, I think we should support this resolution because other First Nations in Ontario will have the same problem. All right, thank you.
Miigwech, Chief Wabos, for your comments and your support. Resolution 2608A, Ontario First Nations HIV Education Circle 2026. Lester Anaquat is a proxy. Chief Justin Logan is a seconder. Therefore, be it resolved that we, the Chiefs in Assembly, reaffirm support for the continued work of the Ontario First Nations HIV Education Circle and acknowledging 30 years of work. Call on Indigenous Services Canada, Health Canada, and the Public Health Agency of Canada for increased resources to support OFNHEC's work on HIV, STBBI, education and awareness initiatives for Ontario First Nations communities. That is the resolution. Would the mover or seconder like to speak to the resolution?
Queen Ganawal, Chief Justin Logan, Elnapawi Lakawit, Delaware Nation. I support this resolution and the call for increased resources for the Ontario First Nations HIV Education Center Circle. Many of our communities continue to address growing substance abuse issues and addictions, and with the rise in injection drug use comes an increased risk of HIV and other bloodborne infections. More education, awareness, prevention, and culturally appropriate supports are needed to help protect our people and reduce stigma. Injection drug use is now the main mode of transmission for sexually transmitted bloodborne infection. Ontario First Nation HIV Education Center is looking for a renewed mandate, acknowledging 30 years of work. By strengthening the HIV Education Circle initiatives, we can ensure First Nation communities have access to information, resources, and support they need.
Thank you, Chief Logan. Lester is not in the room. Is there somebody that will agree to be the mover of the resolution? Chief King?
Yeah, Madam Chair, thank you very much, Chief King Kiaslagi Nishnabek Gulbe First Nation. I'm glad you pointed out the point of order. I didn't have to, so miigwech for that. I would be willing to move the resolutions in the absence of the mover, and I have nothing more to say. The resolution speaks for itself. Miigwech.
Chief King, I owe you. Miigwech for stepping in there to be the mover of the resolution. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any comments, questions, clarification on the resolution? Any comments, questions, clarification on the resolution? Any comments, questions, clarification on the resolution? None online. Questions called. All of those in favor? In favor. Thank you. Any opposed? Any opposed? Any opposed? Any abstentions? Any abstentions? Any abstentions? None online, and the resolution is carried. Miigwech, miigwech, miigwech. Co-chair. The next three resolutions Shem's going to do.
Resolution 2609A, funding for education sectors in political territorial organizations, independent First Nations, and tribal councils. Mover, Chief Kelly LaRocca. Seconder, Chief Shelley Moore Frappier.
Yep.
Therefore be it resolved that we, the chiefs in assembly, one, call upon the federal government to establish a separate funding source outside of the interim regional funding formula to fund education sectors in PTOs, the IFNs, and tribal councils. Two, call upon the federal government to work with the First Nations to determine an appropriate level of distinct funding to support education sectors within PTOs, the IFNs, and tribal councils, to provide First Nations education governance, collective advocacy, and capacity development. Three, acknowledge that this resolution and its associated processes and recommendations are without prejudice to any First Nation participating in any education initiative or structure with the federal and/or provincial governments, including any of our political organizations and independent or unaffiliated First Nations, and is without prejudice to the inherent and treaty rights of all First Nations in Ontario. Mover, seconder.
Chief Kelly LaRocca, the Mississaugas of Scugog Island First Nation. I'm just bringing this forward as a community. We do not have a school. We are part of the AES, but we're also part of the Ogimwatch Tribal Council, of which I serve as the chair. And our tribal councils were told specifically in the beginning that the education agreements we've negotiated through the AES would not impact the funding to tribal councils for education support and advocacy services and governance services. So we just would like that to be in addition to, and that's why this resolution is being brought to the table to support those communities that in particular aren't part of the AES and who may choose to sign on later. And of course, number three just reiterates the point that it has nothing to do with taking from the AES funding or anything like that, but it's just to get the services we need at the tribal council level. Miigwech.
Chief Shelley Moore Frappier, Temiagama, what's my name again? Temiagama Nishnabek. And that should be changed in the resolution as a friendly amendment because it has our old name Temagami First Nation in it. So I would just agree, you know, we need more funds to develop the resources and the capacity that is needed within First Nations. So to support that work, we need more resources.
Miigwech Chiefs. Any questions? Any comments? Questions, comments? Questions, comments? Okay. Questions closed. Oh.
Excuse me.
Oh,
Chief
sorry.
Archibald, 1
Question
minute
is called. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Thank you for recognizing me there, Mr. Chairman. I really don't know I really don't know about the funding that goes to tribal councils in my area. But there is funding that goes to our tribal council. In terms of this resolution, I don't know. I don't know why we need to establish a separate funding source. Is that saying that they need more funding, or is there funding that they're getting is not enough? I just want to have a clear understanding in terms of what I'm going to be deciding on, because First Nations, especially up north, remote First Nations, the costs are very expensive, like doing business. We need every funding dollar, especially education, health, and other critical essential services funding. You know, I think I would rather see that we get more funding for our education program. You know, and and uh, and we can decide if we need our tribal council second level services. If they need funding to help us with that. I think they already do. They already have. And maybe the mover and seconder, can you tell me why you need a separate funding source, or is that within the federal government IEC that's funding education to our First Nations? All right, thank you.
Chief LaRocca?
Miigwech, Chief, for the question. I can just tell you that our tribal council had our funding taken away when we were told we would not. And we're in our last basically year of it. And that is going to be the end of it. So it's to seek, for some tribal councils, is to basically augment or add to what you already have, not to take away from any other sources. And for Ogimwash Tribal Council, it's to replenish what we once had.
Miigwech? Okay. So now we're going to call for a vote. We start with. Does any oppose to the resolution?
Mr. Speaker, I have a question.
Mike 4.
I would like some clarity on the intent of the resolution. Does this affect post-secondary education that like, for example, FNTI would get? Or what level of education are we talking about? Elementary schools, secondary schools, private for band schools? What type of education are we talking about here? Because my understanding is there's just one pot of money.
It's K to 12.
K to 12, thank you. Would the mover and seconder agree to include band operated schools then, if it's K to 12?
With respect, no, Chief, I think would defeat the purpose of being band operated, but I think that's not what was intended. It wasn't intended to take away from anything to do with FNTI or anything else for that matter. Chief?
This resolution speaks to PTO funding, not to school funding and band funding.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. It doesn't affect the band operated or FNTI. Thank you.
Miigwech. Do we have any oppositions? Any oppositions? Any oppositions? Any abstentions? Any abstentions? Chief Abbas?
Chief Archie Wabas, I'm abstaining from this resolution because our tribal council, I don't think they provide the governance, education governance. I've always thought that we are providing the first education governance. All right, that's why I'm abstaining.
Would you like your abstention noted for records?
Yes.
Okay. Any more abstentions? Microphone 1.
Yeah, Chief William Lloyd Naganosh, Magneto First Nation. I guess I'm just looking for a little more clarification on the resolution, especially on number 5, where it says that it appears like the organizations are pulling education funds from First Nations. So I kind of want a little more explanation on that. That's a statement there, so I kind of like to have some background on it.
Miigwech, Chief, I'm just going to assist my colleague, youth co-chair. The opportunity for discussion is closed, so we're now in the vote. So it's just a simple vote at this point. So
Any other abstentions? All in favor? Resolution carried. Resolution 2610, federal education funding. Chief Sherilyn Hill. Chief Nikki Van Oorschot. Therefore be it resolved that we, the chiefs in assembly, 1, call upon the federal government to make the additional funding required for adult education permanent and statutory. This includes access to startup funds for new programs and schools and annual escalators for inflation and population growth. 2, call upon the federal government to significantly increase funding for the post-secondary student support program and redesign the funding formula for a more equitable distribution of the PSSSP funding. Further, call upon the federal government to provide permanent statutory funding for PSSSP that includes annual escalators for inflation, increased graduation rates, and population growth. 3, call upon the federal government to make First Nations K-12 education funding equitable, permanent, and statutory, so First Nations can implement in education systems based on their own educational priorities. 4, call upon the federal government to provide a significant increase in core funding to First Nations post-secondary institutes. That includes annual escalators for inflation and increased enrollment. Further, we call upon the federal government to advance legislation to establish statutory core funding for First Nations post-secondary institutes. 5, acknowledge that this resolution and its associated processes and recommendations are without prejudice to any First Nation participating in any education initiative or structure with the federal and or provincial governments, including through any of our political organizations and independent or unaffiliated First Nations, and is without prejudice to the inherent and treaty rights of all First Nations in Ontario. Mike 4.
Okay. Thank you. Elected Chief Sherry Lynn Hill, Six Nations. I move this resolution. As many chiefs in this room know, federal education funding at all levels, elementary, secondary, and post-secondary, is grossly insufficient. Six Nations continue to refuse to take over education. We still have federal elementary public schools, as the funding was never enough to provide the quality of education our children deserve. In addition to underfunding, it's an uphill battle to have instruction in our languages and with curriculum that is reflective of our cultures and ways of knowing, living, and being. At Six Nations, we have a post-secondary institute that offers degrees in 2 of our Haudenosaunee languages, but they, like other First Nation owned and operated post-secondary institutes, are grossly underfunded. Due to our population, we have about 400 to 500 of our members who are denied financial assistance each year to pursue a post-secondary credential. We've asked for ISC to redesign the PSSSP funding formula to address equitable distribution and truly balance the needs of First Nations. Calling for permanent statutory funding at all levels with built-in escalators for inflation and enrollment will free up our time to govern our communities instead of engaging in a constant fiduciary battle to support the education that members of our nations truly deserve. And I just want to also an amendment, friendly amendment on 2, just to add at the end of it, the population growth, if we can just put based on total population.
An amendment to add based on total population. Mike 1, sorry.
Nikki Van Orscott, Caldwell First Nation Chief. I'm happy to second this motion. I'll try to keep it brief, but I want to echo what my colleague over there has said, and also want to add that Caldwell First Nation is currently underfunded about 80% of our annual post-secondary budget. The formula that they use doesn't work for our communities, and it needs to be reassessed. So I'm happy to support this. I also understand there may be some other amendments that are coming to the mic. Both the mover and myself have reviewed those with no concerns. Miigwech.
So you're good with the amendment? Okay. Do we have any questions? Any comments? Any questions? Any comments? Any questions? Any comments? I heard there were some proposed amendments, but we haven't seen them.
Is Mel Hardy in the room? Those were the amendments there that he sent over.
Okay, if not, final call for questions. I'll call for question now. Any oppositions? Any oppositions? Any oppositions? Any abstentions? Any abstentions?
Yes, hello. Bonjour. So gives you to go McCourtin Bijwabi Thugin proxy for Namgusgawan. So I'd like to add some friend.
Proxy Hardy, I have to apologize.
Did I lose it?
We had already closed the discussion and we were actually in the vote already, so we had already asked for
Wait, somebody say question?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So thank you for your understanding. Good.
Any abstentions? Any abstentions? All those in favor? Resolution carried. Last resolution, resolution 2619. If we could get it up on the screen. Opposing Toronto District School Board cuts to outdoor education. Do we have our mover, Chief Kelly LaRocca, our seconder, Chief Lori Hockaday? Wait. Don't have it. Therefore, be it resolved that we, the chiefs in assembly, oppose any proposed closures, reductions, privatization, or weakening of Ontario Public School Board outdoor education centers and programs. 2, call upon the Government of Ontario, the Ontario Ministry of Education, and the Toronto District School Board to maintain and strengthen funding and operational support for outdoor education programming and facilities. 3, call upon all school boards in Ontario to work in partnership with First Nations, Indigenous educators, and community organizations to maintain and expand land-based learning opportunities for students. 4, advocate for long-term provincial investments in outdoor and land-based education programs that support reconciliation, Indigenous knowledge transmission, climate education, and equitable student access. Microphone 1.
Neen, Chief Kelly LaRocca, the Mississaugas of Scugog Island First Nation. I recently came across a news piece that the Toronto District School Board was closing 5 of 7 outdoor ed centers. One of those outdoor education centers happened to be on Toronto Island, which is where they want to put the proposed airport to park the gravy plane that the Ford government had purchased and then returned. I took notice of this because the Toronto District School Board, well, it seems a bit niche. They often serve as a barometer for what is to come for other school boards across the province. Having taken notice as well that the Ontario government is actively taking over in a bit of a domino effect, the trustee positions of each school board, of different school boards in the province, we can see that the trustee positions are becoming unelected positions and taken over by the province. And so they're making pretty widespread changes, and one of them happens to include the proposed closure of outdoor ed centers. What worries me is we have a lot of diversity in our population. We have a lot of new Canadians who are coming from all across the globe.
and they don't have access to the outdoors, and they're not learning in the outdoors to have an appreciation for nature and Mother Earth. They're not learning alongside of our Indigenous students. So for Scugog, our students go into the local schools. We don't have a school in our community. And so those students are learning on the land together, but I'd like to see that continue, because I think it's kind of nature's response to anti-racism training. I think if our Indigenous youth or First Nations youth learn alongside of other diverse youth from diverse cultures, they're going to develop a healthy respect for each other as they engage together, learning on the land and in the context of their local treaty partners. So I hope that the Chiefs of Ontario will support this resolution, because I think it's timely now. They're just making these changes in Toronto. I don't know for certain whether they will start dominoing across the province, but something tells me they probably will. And I'd like to get ahead of the issue. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Chief. Mike 4.
Anin, Lori Hockaday, Curve Lake First Nation Chief. The resolution is pretty self-explanatory. I support it fully. Land-based education strengthens our connections to the land. So it is a priority under those circumstances, and it supports our knowledge and teachings and provides meaningful learning opportunities for everyone. It promotes well-being, environmental stewardship, and reconciliation. So, we are the land, as we have heard all day here today, and I think this is a priority in all outdoor land-based education centers, and particularly the one that Chief LaRocca is speaking on today. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Chief. Any questions, comments? Any questions, comments? Any questions, comments? We'll call for questions. Questions have been called. Any oppositions? Any oppositions? Any oppositions? Any abstentions? Any abstentions? Any abstentions? All those in favor? Resolution carried. That is it for our resolutions today. Next on the agenda, I would like to call upon the Ontario First Nations Young People's Council to provide a council update.
Bonjour, as albanese and Dishnakas, Hatikan Duvitam, Bosman Dunjaba. Hello, my name is Carter Carpenter. I am part of the Caribou clan and I'm from Wapsum Independent Nations. I'm also the elected representative for the Independent First Nations. And I'm also been the co-chair, one of the elected co-chairs for the past year, and I'll be delivering the Open IPC report to you all today. So I want to say Chimigwech to all the sacred items that are here in the room, and to all the chiefs, all the proxies, all the my fellow youth that have been here, and I want to say Chimigwech for always having the space for us. I'd like to announce a warm welcome to our two brand new representatives. Would you want to introduce yourselves? Yeah.
Hello, bonjour. My name is Summer Wabas. I'm a band member from Wabakwe First Nation, which is in Treaty 9. I'm a very new member to the OFNYPC. I joined about a month and a half ago. However, I have served as a youth council member for Anishinaabe Aski Nation for the past 2 years. So I look forward to working with you all. Miigwech.
Miigwech Ani Bojo, Holly Indigenous Kaj, Mashike Doram, Mississaugas of the Credit in Donjaba and Oakville and Dow. So my name is Holly LaForme. I'm a member of the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. Like Summer, I'm also very new to the council here, having joined about a month and a half ago, but have done some pretty great work so far. Currently, I am involved in AI Youth as well, as I helped my nation kind of start up their own youth council. So that's been running really great so far. And then also I'm the chair of our Board of Lifelong Learning for our Department of Education for MCFN. So very honored to be here and listening to all the knowledge and wisdom shared today. So miigwech.
Right. It's kind of a long report to deliver, so I'll kind of go through this a little more quickly. The OFNYPC is kind of in a transitional period right now because we are continuing to wait for 4 members from Anishinaabe Nation and 6 Nations of the Grand River. And we are also having our elections for co-chairs again this evening, and we're also having a dinner with Rama's Youth Council, which they kindly reached out to us a couple months ago, so I'm really excited for that. And also, it will be open to any other First Nations youth that are here participating. So it'll be a really nice opportunity to collaborate with other youth. And as a part of our progress, we aim to revamp our toolkit that we have on our website that is meant to help First Nations establish youth councils. That has been a very big initiative that we've been hearing ever since I started on the council, and going forward, hopefully by the fall assembly, we'll have that fully revamped and they'll be distributed to all First Nations. So you can start your own youth councils, or you can have ideas on what a youth council is or what a youth council is. Furthermore, we are in the process of creating a youth network through visual mapping, which we intend to feature at the Chiefs of Ontario website. Our goal is to complete this work by the fall assembly, demonstrating collaborative and a unified approach among all youth councils. We also welcome virtual invitations to speak with youth from First Nations across Ontario as well. And I like to speak to this a little bit more because ever since I joined the council, we've had chiefs that have come up to us to ask for us to come to their nations. Unfortunately, that's not financially feasible for us, but we are totally open to sitting down with your youth at these assemblies or any other coup events if you bring them with you, but also via Zoom. That will be another amazing thing that we're going to be taking part of. Earlier this year, we met with our counterparts, the Women's Council, the Knowledge Keepers Council, and the 2S Council. Sorry. This meeting provided us, or provided us with a thorough update from COO policy sector. We are proud to report that we have reached a consensus on reporting mechanism that will keep our PTOs informed about our work at the Secretariat and the insights that we have shared through our youth perspectives. Also, I wanted to highlight some amazing work that 5 First Nations youth from Ontario did this past May by attending the United Nations meeting that happened for those 2 weeks in the May. I'm so proud of these 5 youth, 4 from NAN and my fellow co-chair Hannah Sewell for representing us at a global forum in that way is so amazing, and I'm so honored that I got to stalk their their social medias. I was always looking at their updates, and I'm really proud of NAN and AI for lifting them up. And as the Chiefs of Ontario, I really hope that we can lift them up and all First Nations youth for going to those really important forums. And yeah, I just want to say, Chimigwech, that's all I have for now.
Miigwech Youth Council. I was asked to make an announcement. The dinner meeting for the OFNYPC is at 6 p.m. at the church, and we are coordinating rides over since it's raining. You can reach out to Angela. And the social services dinner meeting is at the Rama Community Hall. And the intro to the Regional Information Governance Center project dinner meeting will be in the Cedar Room. And I was also asked to reintroduce myself. Again, my name is Shem Matanaz. I am 18 years old. I come from Moose Creek First Nation, and I have family ties to Attawapiskat First Nation. I'm an alternate representative for Anishinaabe Nation on the Ontario First Nations Young People's Council. I was appointed as an alternate representative because I'm also a member of the Anishinaabe Nation Oshkatizak All Young People's Council. I've been on that youth council for about 8 months, and I've been an alternate rep on the youth council here for about a month and a half. I also sit on the Mushkegowuk Regional Youth Council as an urban youth representative, and I'm very happy to be with you all to learn and to really just represent our youth. Miigwech. Now I would like to call upon our Knowledge Keeper updates. I'll call upon Knowledge Keeper Nigani Binaz and Don Jones. They will be providing an update for Knowledge Keepers.
Bonjour, le magnetic. Don Jones and Egon and Vanessa are one person. I was going to present with Pat Oaks, but she had an emergency in her family. So wanted to say, safe travels. She's going back to her community. Koima ganish nabem. Ganish mi neke abi kino magawan. Oe ibu mbujuak kina magamakaanig nitiziminanig so yeah. Shki asag migoge nye igega nigansh kamwat away sagasaitian. Nipinda kochige tashke we sema. Nya migizi migini kiyon migoge we teigan. Yeah, sago jikanum sa. We go to me go on me no chiga titbachuan anin ke gabe tinakame giziatige. Nichi ziminanig mitishare we. Oe koe gati baju manin nijnikazwan niu non ne niwinzuinan. Nigan benes digo kiegi jike asmanikut megiwanikut. Vision do tem negizin da panikazwan. I get tindi se. Shkabe is gain digo digwege gang. Nigi goes min kanin bonje ya. Ya bejik shkunigan ite. Manitu a king. Does nikat damen kaunji an. Treaty 3. May this way go gidat women's in egan guy. Go in the magoan dit the batchumuan. So good afternoon. My English name is Don Jones. One of my Anishinaabe names is Nigan Benes. I've been asked to present the Knowledge Keepers update to the Assembly. I first acknowledge the traditional items here, the Eagle staffs, the drum, the co-chairs, all the chiefs, all our elders, our young people, and everybody else that's in the room. So the Knowledge Keepers continue to be very active across all sectors of the Chiefs of Ontario. I think it was mentioned by the Young People's Council, there was a quad council meeting in January 2026. Knowledge Keepers participated alongside the Women's Initiative, the Ontario First Nations Youth, as well as the Keepers of the Circle. The policy sector attended to review government lobbying training to help us better understand how we can leverage support in the work we are advancing. The meeting resulted in a commitment from the policy sector to allow our collective council sectors to review all sector lobbying documents that are submitted to ensure the youth, Two-Spirit, women and knowledge keepers are referenced in the work. Because we all know these issues impact us all. Our council's vision is to also host an all-Ontario traditional governance circle for all leadership to come together in ceremony, and a place to discuss ways to incorporate our traditional and spiritual practices in governance work. Also, the Knowledge Keepers met with the Ontario Regional Chief and the chiefs of the Ontario Leadership Council. We are pleased to state that the Chiefs of Ontario Chief Operating Officer Tracy Antone has affirmed our request to meet with the Ontario Regional Chief and Leadership Council. We expressed our commitment to support the Ontario Regional Chief and the Leadership Council in their leadership advocacy and policy work. We also discussed the importance of lifting our leaders one of our knowledge keepers relayed that we must be the driver of the bus, especially in the current political landscape we find ourselves in with Ontario and Canada. When we assert ourselves and we drive discussions with government while working together, when we work together and support each other, we have more strength. The importance of our cultural values, spiritual practices, as well as teachings were also expressed, and we are thankful and honored that the Leadership Council, along with the Ontario Regional Chief, embraced what we wanted to share. We came to a consensus with the Ontario Regional Chief and the Leadership Council that the Knowledge Keepers will continue to meet twice a year in the spring and again in the fall. We're very pleased about this and hope to be invited to a Leadership Council meeting again soon. We're also pleased to report that we met with the Ontario Regional Chief yesterday as a Knowledge Keepers Council. The purpose of this meeting was to share some of our concerns about regional issues, and most importantly, to express to the Ontario Regional Chief how important it is to ask how we can better support him in his work on behalf of all of you. We're happy to report that the meeting went very well, and we look forward to more meetings. The Knowledge Keepers Advisory Council also took time to engage with the Director of Social Services, Vince Samard, to share our perspectives on the arbitration and to emphasize the importance of the ISC learning the values of each First Nation, allowing First Nations to drive how arbitration should roll out under the Ontario Final Agreement. We want to be very clear that ISC was not permitted to count this meeting as consultation. The Knowledge Keepers asked the ISC to reach out to the Leadership Council to ensure that our leaders are the drivers of this process. We also expressed that we do not think our nation should be lumped into one basket, as we are very distinct nations with various cultural, spiritual values and practices. So looking ahead to the AFN meeting, we want to express that we are looking forward to updates from our AFN representatives, Barney Baptiste and Terry Fiddler of Anishinaabe Nation, who will participate in the AF meeting in July. We believe and affirm that our Ontario region's contributions are vital as the Knowledge Keeper Barney and Terry navigate ongoing issues and challenges at the national and AFN levels. Focus on mental health and well-being, our language, and our culture. We must collectively increase focus on mental health, wellness, healing, and spirituality, which is an essential part of the work we do to ensure holistic and well-being in the work of all of you doing in your nations, within your nations and beyond. So in conclusion, I want to thank and applaud all of you in the important work that you do in your nations. We believe that by collaborating, we then honor the responsibilities we all share and share a brighter future for our nations. We sincerely thank the Chiefs and Assembly for the opportunity to speak with you all. We encourage all leadership to keep up with momentum and stay tuned and stay united in our efforts. I also want to make a special shout out to Pierre Debosky this afternoon when he mentioned, when we were talking about the First Minister's meeting, about the importance of our traditional items. And also a chief raised about the importance of language, using our terms, using our language. I was impressed with Pierre because I was going to get up and do the same thing, but he was faster than me, I think. So maybe where's Pierre? Is he around? A little round of applause for Pierre Debosky. I also want to acknowledge the newest member to the Advisory Council, Pam Big George, Big Island First Nation, Miigwech. Oh, Mr. Guyman, Nick, Miigwech.
Miigwech Knowledge Keeper, and apologies for the confusion. And I'll call up Vera to make some final announcements.
Miigwech, miigwech. Oh, my glasses are over there, Adam. So our announcements for this afternoon, I want to make sure that the elders had wanted to ensure that there was recognition for the joining today in the meeting by Fred Kelly and Tom Jackson. We also want to talk about supporting our craft vendors in the foyer. That tonight the doors will be locked so that there will be our sacred items and the Eagle staff are going to be secured that way. We have dinner meetings for the research and data management sector, social services, and the OFNYPC. They'll take place at 6 o'clock. We have that wonderful survey on the back of your QR code. There's a prize and it's not dinner with Chris. They told me it's going to be a gift card or something like that. And that the survey sunrise at 6 o'clock tomorrow out in the front. There's a drive-through food vendor over at band office, but there's also a list of restaurants and things in our kits that was provided to us if you need to go somewhere. But there's 2 or 3 places in the Rama First Nation that will have food available. And the not so good news is that there's no baseball game. I know we're all disappointed. I wanted so much to see Chief Ted playing ball against my friend over there from Curve Lake, Mr. Jacobs. But anyway, we'll see when we're going to reschedule that. They apologize that the field isn't safe to be having a big, wonderful, friendly baseball game over there. So those are our announcements. Enjoy your evening. You were gifted something in your lanards the other day. Maybe you have time to use that. And if you see any of us out there, any of us elders, just keep on moving. Ontario Regional Chief, you got comments?
Well, just I guess a few things.
Okay.
Just a few things before we head out. I think we're gonna have a drum to wind us out today. As mentioned earlier on our discussion around the First Minister's meeting, there's 2 resolutions that we are combining, working together. There was a call out made for persons interested in sitting on that and helping guide some of that work to lead us into a strategy. So again, if you're interested in that or want to know more, Chris Hoyus is around here for the next, well, obviously joining us for the rest of the assembly, but this evening would be a good time to chat with him. But otherwise, I think that we had a very good constructive day. I want to thank all of you for the dialogue, the input, the questions. I do want to shout out again to our knowledge keepers and our councils, our youth council, who provided an update to us this evening and the great work that they are doing. So with that, I'll go, we'll move to have our closing drum, and I hope all of you have a great evening. It is raining out. So those of you that don't know why the game was canceled, it's raining out. And I know that we sit inside these facilities for several hours and forget that, you know, the outside elements are changing around us. So unfortunately, the rain has taken over, so that game won't be happening. So we'll go to the drum to close us out.